we recommend the Tank emblem with Vitality, Pull Yourself Together, and Concussive Blast talents for Kalea. The Tank emblem and Vitality increases HP, which also boosts Kalea's healing and first skill's damage. Pull Yourself Together reduces battle spell cooldown, and Concussive Blast helps Kalea's early game by increasing her damage output. As a roamer, we recommend this build for Kalea, focused on survivability and more self-healing. Thunderbelt and Oracle are Kalea's core equipment, providing hybrid defense, cooldown reduction, and boosting healing received, all of which fit well with Kalea's playstyle. Dominance Ice and Radiant Armor grant physical and magic defense while reducing the enemy's healing. Lastly, pick up Guardian Helmet to further enhance Kalea's sustained combat since her first skill and healing scale with max HP. We recommend the Flicker battle spell for Kalea to use with her second skill and ultimate to CC enemies by surprise. We also recommend Vengeance to reduce incoming damage while Kalea is fighting on the front lines. Kalea is good at dealing with heroes who lack mobility, like Layla and Chang'e. However, Kalea cannot grab enemies with control immunity, so heroes like Diggy and Minotaur can effectively counter her. Kalea's strong single-target CC makes her work well with heroes who have high single-target burst, such as Eudora, Harley, and Clint. In the early game, use Kalea's excellent support capabilities to assist the side lanes lock down targets for kills while using her passive to heal allies. In mid to late game teamfights, Kalea and her team should avoid poking with the enemy team, especially against supports like Florin and Rafaela. Kalea can initiate by diving into the enemy team and using her ultimate to slam key enemy damage dealers into your team for a quick kill and numbers advantage. Kalea, the Surging Wave, will be arriving on March 19th. Participate in the limited time event to get Kalea for as low as 0 diamonds. Pick up her Shimmering Wave skin for just 51 diamonds in the first 14 days. Come, break some waves with Kalea. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
When energy, youth, strength, fighting spirit, a great serpent, and the cultures of Southeast Asia come together, what kind of splash will it make? A girl born with the power of the great serpent and an indomitable fighting spirit. How will we bring to life this vibrant, strong island girl who's still discovering the world?
Kalea's personal story is very much based on Southeast Asian cultures and myths, where nature plays an important role. The ocean is an inseparable part of life and an important element in local beliefs. And among them, sea serpents or dragons stand as a symbol of the ocean's might. With Kalea's story, we aim to incorporate more local folklore. As an islander, Kalea loves everything about her island home, especially fresh coconuts.
To emphasize Kalea's connection to the Great Serpent, we used S-shaped designs in her overall appearance. In terms of Kalea's color palette, after exploring various options, instead of deep ocean blues, we went with aquamarine to capture Southeast Asia's vibrant coastal waters. For the overall music arrangement, we used a percussion ensemble called a gamelan to capture the island atmosphere with bone-in gongs to simulate the sound of water. Other instruments like the angklung, bass drums, slit drums, and woodblocks set the rhythm, creating vibrant beats that bring out Kalea's lively and playful spirit.
Kalea hails from the Vonatus Sea, where functionality meets nature. Weapons crafted from fish bones, clothing woven from cotton, and patterns of ocean waves and serpentine curves are prominent. For the village on Solari Isle, we aimed to recreate Southeast Asia's floating markets, while the sea creatures were made to reflect the vibrant colors of the Vonatus Sea.
How do you give a 16-year-old girl a sense of strength in her splash art? That question stumped me for a long time. Then I realized Klea's power comes from her Great Serpent ancestry, not from external forces or weapons, so it should be reflected on her body. I settled on metal accents on her arms and water patterns to highlight her hand-to-hand combat style and water abilities. Her main scream pose also conveys her strength and readiness to fight.
She may only be 159 centimeters tall, but she holds power far beyond her stature. Kalea excels in close combat and can heal just by attacking, but this mechanic proved challenging to implement. Her kit had to be designed to flow seamlessly. Her passive works by creating and absorbing water zones to enhance her attacks with the power of the Great Serpent, allowing her to heal herself or ally with the lowest HP for self-sustain and team support.
Kalea is a straightforward girl, and that trait is evident in her fighting style. She uses her fists and tail head-on without tricks or deceit. Her animations and effects emphasize the power of the Great Serpent, such as her healing appearing as little serpents. Her first skill's Water Zone has elements of both rock and water, to highlight her bond with Badang and Kadita.
Since Kalea's ultimate has her body-slamming enemies like a high-flying wrestler, we explored various ways to make the move more impactful and dramatic. In designing Kalea's in-match animations, we used big water splash effects to enhance the impact of her tail strikes and highlight the dynamic motion of her tail and the power of her punches. The scenery in her main interface background visualizes the iconic ocean waves, like giant ocean waves repeatedly crashing into the cliff, carving it over time, as another symbol of Kalea's strength.
We wanted Kalea's healing and power to feel rooted in her island home and her mentors, Badang and Kadita. Though blessed with a lineage of the Great Serpent, Kalea is also a teenager trying to find herself. Her journey includes a rebellious phase, rejecting her human form, followed by a powerful awakening through self-acceptance. In her animated trailer, we highlight her journey of self-discovery with 3 key moments when she looks at her hands, from rejection to acceptance to fully embracing herself to unlock her true power. Throughout the trailer, we used many first-person shots to give players a better sense of immersion. The final scene with the sea monster has multiple layers of significance. Through Kalea's perspective, stylized visuals show that she's not just defeating the sea monster, but also overcoming her nightmare of never becoming the Great Serpent.
For Kalea's theme song, it had to capture her personality. The music arrangement portrays her growth, starting with flowing melodies that depict her carefreeness in the Vonitas Sea. The orchestral section symbolizes her inner development and the harmony she achieves as she masters her power. And that is Kalea's unique charm.
We hope to explore more fascinating cultures in MLBB's future hero designs. We hope you enjoy Kalea, the descendant of the Great Serpent, and use her power to protect your allies just as she does. After all, with the power to smash into enemy lines and peel attackers off your carry, what can't she do?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another patch preview. Today, we're thrilled to showcase a ton of new content coming in the new update, so let's jump right in. New hero, Kalea! This descendant of the Great Serpent from the Vonitas Sea is here to make a splash. As a roaming support fighter hybrid, Kalea's core gameplay involves healing her team by attacking enemies and body slamming opponents around to create a unique close combat experience for the support role. We can't wait to see the amazing plays you'll make with her. This patch also includes a number of balance changes, many of which came directly from your feedback. We are committed to listening to our community and will keep fine-tuning game balance in future updates. Also, starting from Season 35, the seasonal settlement will align with Patch Day. During the patch's new event, bases will have a chance to turn golden during matches, and destroying these golden bases will reward extra event currency. Keep an eye out for more hidden Easter eggs. And of course, we have lots of new skins and events lined up for everyone to experience and share. So grab your friends and join in for awesome rewards. But that's not all. There are even more exciting events planned for next month, so stay tuned. And that wraps up our patch preview. We hope you enjoy the new update, and until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance?
My dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Or is it...
Kalea!
A clearing of downed trees. Was it a fierce warrior? Or was it... Kalea!
Yeah, definitely Kalea.
If you encounter danger by the sea, just shout the Great Serpent's name.
the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle at all,
But a springboard to send enemies flying.
Fists aren't just for fighting.
They can also heal allies.
Hello everyone, my name is Kronos. I'm here to walk you through the highlights of Week 1 of MPL LATAM. Let's get to it. This season was kicked off by Corinthians and Entity 7 in an entertaining series that Entity 7 took for themselves 2-1. The next match was DreamMax and Alpha 7, where a diversion play by Rainbow caught Alpha 7 by surprise and secured Vitu a triple kill and getting them the series. The next match, Influence Rage versus Malvinas Gaming. Malvinas Gaming was backed into a corner, securing Influence Rage a 2-0 dominating victory. And for the last match of round 1, we had Infinity versus 9Z Globant, where 9Z Globant went for back-to-back victories against the Peruvian Giants. Round 2 was filled with exciting draws for teams to get ahead in the Swiss format. The first match, Corinthians finally secured their first W against Malvinas Gaming, while Alpha 7 are still looking for their first victory, losing out against Infinity 2-0. In the third match, 9Z Globant beat DreamMax 2-0, keeping their dominant win streak alive in this season of MPL LATAM. For the final match, of course, we had Influence Rage, who faced a setback against Entity 7, but still came out on top in a 2-1 fashion. Looking at this Gatut Gacha play, that was the highlight in that match. While the next patch is around the corner, make sure you catch the action by following all the socials of MPL LATAM. This is Kronos. I'll see you there soon.
Hello everyone! Today we're introducing our newest hero, the descendant of the great serpent, Kalea, the Surging Wave. Kalea is a support hero who specializes in close combat and offers strong, reliable single-target CC. Not only can she charge in and slam enemies around, she can also heal herself and allied heroes just by attacking. Surging Wave, Kalea! Passive, Surge of Life. After casting any skill, Kalea creates a water zone at her current position. If Kalea casts a skill within a water zone, she will absorb the water zone to enhance her next 3 basic attacks, with different effects such as healing herself and nearby allied heroes. First skill, Wave Breaker. Kalea slams her fist into the ground, dealing physical damage and slowing nearby enemies. Second skill, Tidal Strike, Rolling Wave. This skill has 2 parts. In the first part, Kalea dashes forward and grabs the first enemy hero she hits, going airborne and slamming them down for physical damage. If Kalea hits an obstacle or the edge of a water zone during the dash, the second part will trigger and Kalea will leap into the air. The skill can then be cast again to dive at the target location, dealing physical damage and knocking enemies airborne. Ultimate, Tsunami Slam. Kalea grabs an enemy hero with her tail and jumps into the air before slamming down in the chosen direction, dealing physical damage to the target and nearby enemies upon impact. While ganking with Kalea, use her second skill to close in and CC the target. Then use her first skill to activate her enhanced basic attacks and unleash them on the target. In teamfights, Kalea should prioritize enemy mages or marksmen. Use her second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to launch her into the air. Then dive down to CC them. Follow up with her ultimate to slam them into your team, and use her first skill to trigger her passive before finishing them off with her enhanced basic attacks. Kalea excels at single target CC, making her a highly effective ganker when coordinating with teammates. However, Kalea's short attack range and lack of poke means she needs to end fights quickly, or she'll end up being kited by ranged enemies. At level 1, upgrade...
Everyone gets to make their own path. Just like Novario, we can make our own path and destiny. This is Tintin and welcome back to MPL Latin America Season 3. Our eight teams already began their journey last week, as we now in the week 2, day 1 of season 3. We are still in the Swiss stage, and together with Vey and Kronos, we are your English squad. Hello, guys! How are you? How's your week?
Quite well, to be honest, for experiencing week number 1 for MPL LATAM Season 3 was so fun. It was quite exploring to see a lot of teams who have acquired new players from the previous teams. It's just a bit of a mix and match here and there. Still on the meta, but quite interesting to see, and I will be looking forward to look for new heroes, or probably one of the
Yes.
updated heroes later for week number 2. How about you, Kronos?
Hey, it's exciting times, and I think the weekends just started, so that means a lot of action in store, of course, for MPL Latam. And we're right here, and I think all the teams are excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, this week is gonna be so exciting because we have a new patch, new heroes, and I heard there are gonna be new players.
Ooh.
Ooh. Some teams will surprise us with their new lineups.
I think this new lineup's definitely something to watch out for, right?
Yes.
I suppose.
Mhm. And MPL LATAM is brought to you by the following sponsors. Community, a platform that is offering esports competition, professional and automated payment solutions for community. Host tournaments for all types of games, especially Mobile Legends Bang Bang. They will provide tools and full support to organize your esports events, whether you want to compete or host your own tournament. Visit communitygaming.io right now. And if you guys haven't bought Selena's new skin, Florine's collector skin, and even KOF skin, this is your chance to recharge diamonds from Bonus. And you'll get 5% discount. Just head over to bonus.com and use the code right here. It is super easy to recharge, plus it is safe and super secure.
Ooh, quite exciting to see with 5% discount from Bonots.com. And it is just a special promo for our friends around Brazil, around the LATAM area, of course, around the Latin America area, of course. So for all of the viewers here tuning in the English test for the global audience, I hear there's a little bit of something to give them.
In our Brazil and Latin channels, we have lucky diamonds for audience. So, go call, tag, and mention your friends and start watching MPL LATAM. Because the more people watching in Brazil and in LATAM channel, the more diamonds you can win.
You know what? I want those diamonds just because the KOF skins are up.
Yeah,
I like to
me
play the
too.
Cho and the Gushin, right? Who doesn't like the Cho and the Gushin? Those are skins that we
Yes.
want, especially those effects, that sound effects, you know, those music in the background. I feel like whenever you play Gushin or Cho, that skin makes a difference, guys. If your friends tell you that skin doesn't make a
Yes.
difference, they're lying to you.
The KOF of Shu is one of the best skin in Mobile Legends.
I know.
Right? Do you agree? Yeah.
Yeah, just
And have you seen Selena's new skin, the Zenith? It is so good. She's
Oh
so
my goodness, every time you
beautiful.
transform, you get a nice glow in your screen. I thought it was a
Yes, it's
glitch and
so
I started banging my phone on
magical.
the table. Yeah, I thought it was a glitch, started banging my phone on the table, then I realized, oh, it happens to everyone. So like, okay, I kind of broke my camera, but it's fine, it still works.
Yes. Go recharge now, guys, to bonox.com.
And you know, I
Quite
think
well, of course. Mhm.
Okay.
ladies first.
What do you think of the
Okay.
new patch now, Kronos and Vay? What do you think
I
of the new
think
patch?
I think the new patch is kind of interesting, right? Especially
Yes, it
with a
is.
lot of nerfs, a lot of buffs coming into the play. The main one I'm kind of looking out for is that Lord, right, Vay? I think that's the
Yes,
main
the
that's the main
Lord.
buff that we're looking for.
Mhm.
Because after 18 minutes, the Lord will respond faster than before. Before, you need to wait every 3 minutes, but now it's 2.5 minutes, I think.
Mhm. And
It will
it's
respond
it's
every
actually be a
2.5
good.
minutes.
It'll be a good boost actually for around the team because of that enhanced Lord later on for the
The emblem changes, the
other
item
ways on
changes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll
Yeah,
it'll give a lot of effects.
I think that difference will be huge when it comes to itemization, and especially these picks that are there in the current patch, because I feel like there are some heroes that are more picked, and there are some heroes that are not, that we've seen throughout the world. I think some of that will definitely come into play, and especially looking at this Zushin, I think it's still, after a lot of nerfs that's been given to her, I still feel like it can definitely be a pick that is contested. I still don't see her leaving the ban section, especially for the first phase. So I think that's an important thing that teams will have to watch out for, especially when they're trying to play around a composition that would like to soft poke them and maybe even look for control in and around that mid lane, because that's where the meta has been revolving around, hasn't it?
Yeah, I do really agree. But we're tracking back to week number 1 in LATAM. A lot of the red side bans, first ban is Chusin. So I would really like to see it'll be let go a bit now for week number 2, because I just saw it being played by an MPL ID in match number 2 actually for week 3 for today now. And for Chusin, it's just better on how you try to adjust later on during your match. It will be an adaptation for to try and play that hero.
Yeah, I think that new Zushin, right? I'm still figuring out a way to kind of pronounce that word. It's a little bit different, but of course I'm still trying to find my way around that. But apart from that, I think it's just the fact that even though it's been nerfed, it's still such a strong power pick. And then I think right now teams are looking to, like you mentioned before in the first week, the first ban is always that hero, right? That's what they always look to take out. And right now, if they kind of bring it back, there's no practice playing that hero or playing against that hero. So you don't really know what to expect. You don't know what the damage calculations are, especially if you're a roamer and you're looking to pick them off. You pop on a Purify, and then that hero is going to be impossible to catch on. So I feel like even with the assassins on the rise, a mage like that in the mid lane looking to, I like to call that lantern flare like a disco light, where you're just popping that and just walking around. It looks like everybody wants to keep dancing around in the land of Dawn. So it's going to be exciting to see that change, of course, and definitely the one for the Lord. The Lord is going to be something that's gonna be a big difference, a big game changer, just because of the fact that after 8 minutes, it's gonna be evolved nonetheless. And it's not going to be that level 1 Lord that we're used to seeing. And we're going to look at a direct 18-minute evolution. It's that golden Lord shining. You know, it's going to be a different ball game, of course. And you're going to see a lot more either extended team fights or a lot more fights that will be ending up a lot faster.
From what I can see in the arena here in Indo, a lot of the team fights actually happen during the Lord Dance, so it is more prolonged that we've used to. Usually it's just hanging back and forth, and then one big fight is just done. But somehow, because of this valuable update, a lot of the teams and a lot of the players start considering to try to take or drag the Lord Dance or take the control yet. Just leave it at first, and then probably can try to steal it in. So there will be a lot going around that area. So I really like to see how MPL LATAM would perform later on.
Yeah, I think it will definitely that extended bit of range, that extra bit of range. You know how Teen just started with that Novaria quote. You know, I think Novaria definitely could be a difference maker, trying to snipe those lords from afar. And I think definitely these, like you mentioned, these Lord fights are going to be much more extended. It's going to be going on to a different length, of course, and also since it's the second week of MPL LATAM, these teams are definitely looking to take momentum into their way. It's going to be a big factor because there are some teams that are going to go head-to-head who have not yet lost the game. And one of them being 9Z Globant, who are dominant in their first week run, coming on a 4-0. I think that's going to be a big factor playing into the fact that they're going to be on a strong foot. They're going to put their best foot forward and try and take even this week's games.
I do really agree on that. Looking at the Swiss bracket, one is going home until legalization phase. So letting them go through all of this will try to find their footing. If you win more points, you rack up more points, you can later on go to stage. If you can't do so, you have to go down. And you have to go through that regulation bracket. You're probably home there, so it's hanging on thread. So you don't really want that for your team.
Yeah, I agree. I think I definitely don't want to be on the losing side. I want to be on the lower end of this entire Swiss format because every single team wants to make those slots, right? Let's not forget the winner of MPL LATAM Season 3 will be getting a direct slot for the MSC, of course, and the runner-up will be getting that slot for the wild card as well. So I think for teams that have done it before, teams that have players that have been on those big stages, they're looking not just to take this victory in MPL LATAM, but want to transition their momentum moving forward as we hit that MSC slot, right? So at the moment, I think MPL LATAM definitely something that they're looking for. And most of these teams right now, given the fact that the patch has changed, the meta has not changed completely, but definitely on the rise, small tweaks here and there. And I think we were discussing earlier as well, we probably see a lot of Farsas. At least I think there are going to be a lot of Farsas and Valentinas. You mentioned about Vexanas. So I think definitely these are some picks that we need to watch out for. And of course, our surprise, player that are going to be added on, like Tintin mentioned, in some of these teams where they've kind of changed their players. Those are the ones we'll be looking to play maybe a different style.
Like what Kronos already mentioned, because of this shifting meta, we'd like to see how they play out. But first of all, we need to see our days schedule for this here 5 p.m. for Latin American time. If you're in Southeast Asia time, you'll probably be around like 3 a.m. 4 a.m. And the next second match of the day will be in Entity 7 versus Esports.
For our first match, guys, there are the 1-1s. Do you know what 1-1 is?
I think
I don't know, Tintin. Might want to explain it to us.
They are the one ones. They have the one lose and one win.
Wow.
To
I
get
think
it.
that's definitely going to be an exciting one. Yeah, I know. I was about to say, maybe for the viewers out there who didn't understand, you know what the 1-1 is? Out of the 2 matches that they've played, they won one and they've lost one. Not just the not just the games, but the entire series, right? I think right now, Corinthians, Infinity, they're looking to kind of get momentum in their favor because they kind of had a loss and they're coming back off on a win. And right now, Corinthians definitely want to take the next series from Infinity and push themselves towards the upper part of the Swiss bracket, like Vey mentioned, because that's going to be important moving further and further into the competition. You want to have momentum on your side. You want to have the extra bit of boost that you get in morale and confidence. That helps out quite a lot. So it's definitely going to be something that they're not going to give up. And of course, let's not forget the other one as well, right, Tintin?
Yes, and may I know your prediction for today's matches, for today's series? What's your prediction, Kronos?
You know what? I gave a different prediction. I kind of forgot about that one. But if you ask me right now, I think Corinthians are looking strong, of course. Right now, Corinthians are looking strong. And the next series, definitely 9Z Globant are undefeated. I think they're looking to keep that win streak on, right?
Okay. Both 2-0.
We'll see.
9Z Globant 2-0, Corinthians 2-1. Yeah. Hey, call me bold.
How
Call me
about
bold.
you, Vey? How about
Okay,
you,
for
Vey?
me, first
What's your
match,
prediction?
it's Corinthians versus Infinity 2-0, Entity 7 and DreamHack 2-1. That's kind of a hot take, but it's a prediction. Let's see how it goes.
Yes.
But it's just based out of week 1, so I would really love to see that evolving from DreamHack also. So let's see. Prove me wrong, probably.
How about you guys? Comment your prediction in the comment section or comment the official hashtag of your favorite team. Right? We have a lot of viewers from different countries and I'm curious, what is the time in your country right now? Comment down below too. Comment your time.
And we're having a head
Together with your
count. We're having a
prediction.
head count. Yeah. I think we're having a head count.
Hey, is it breakfast, is it lunch, or is it dinner? Because that's what I'm concerned about. Because you're gonna be watching MPL LATAM with us anyway. So grab that popcorn. You know, if it's nighttime, make sure you grab your dinner. If it's midnight or it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. like it is for them, you got to make sure you grab some sort of snack. You kind of keep you up. Get your coffee, get your tea. You know, some sort of caffeine that will keep you up, right?
And make sure to mention and tag all of your friends so you can get a chance to win a diamonds. Right?
Ooh,
I
great
want those
prizes.
diamonds.
Yeah, because like the more viewers on stream, the more diamonds you guys will get. So I'm actually looking at the comment section right now. There's someone here for 2 a.m. There's someone here from 3 a.m. So I think around Southeast Asia is still here. Ooh, I see a lot of Kronos fans here. Wow, first day debut for MPL LATAM. Kronos.
Hey,
What do you gotta say for your
I'm humbled.
viewers?
Hey, I'm humble. Thank you so much for the support, guys. But of course, at the same time, let's not forget, you're right. You gotta get more viewers in. You gotta make sure you want that bigger diamond pool that you want to take out from. Because let's be honest, we all want those KOF skins. We got new skins up and coming,
Yes.
so might as well fill the bank a little bit. Try and get your savings and your piggy banks gotta fill up. And then when it's right about to blow, that time you can just get those skins for yourself. And let's not forget, like the stream, share it among your friends, and get ready to watch MPL LATAM Season 3.
And of course, during of our viewers wanting to find a lot of diamonds in their views, I would like to see also if you get the chance to have diamonds, or probably later on in the English stream, just specifically for the stream, watch it. Don't miss it out, because there is, if I'm not mistaken, there's 6 skin codes for this weekend, and around a lot of people could actually grab that first. So don't forget to also tag MPL Brazil and also us, probably to see if your lucky skins will get redeemed out of it. Mm-hmm. And from a lot of the things that we can see for our friends here, oh, there's someone from the Philippines, there's someone from India. Also, everyone is supporting for week 2, day 1 here. And let's not forget that the drafting phase is up for match number 1, game number 1 today, Corinthians. Starting on blue, respecting Infinity's Julian. On the other hand, it's not the first ban Jusin, but it's the first ban Joy here.
Yeah, I think that Julian definitely a respect pick, right? Because Infinity's wins that have come across week number 1 have come across the back of that Julian, and that is very important to notice. Even the fact that there has been a change in the role that he's been given without that Rose Gold Meteor buff that he's looking for, he can definitely dish out that burst damage. So taking that off the table, very important. That Joy taken off, and of course respecting Corinthians' outplay potential coming in from that diversion, taking away that Lu Yi, and hey, do we really need to talk about his Moskov?
Of course, we need to talk about it. It is just that powerful, and a lot of marksman's options that we can also band out, probably around the Harith or for the Granger that you can close off. And let's not forget probably an EXP that we can close off, a frontliner, a heavy frontliner, probably a Hilda or a Gatot Kacha that we can close off, or even a moment maker like a Badong should be good. But let's not forget there's a Matilda, one of the movement makers here in week number 1 that shined so well in a lot of the teams that I can actually bring it up with the combination between a fighter jungler, and also the Matilda is just closed off for now. I think it'll go head to head from both sides of the junglers, can go to assassin picks, because so far Suyo is still open.
Yeah, I think the Suyo being left open definitely going to be an important pick. Of course, I think the fact that Corinthians have banned out the Matilda, because you don't see a blue side usually banning out the Matilda, right? That's a first pick material. You can play around that hero. You can kind of draft entirely around that one pick. Ooh. But asking the question that, hey, will you ban the Suyo or the Zushin? And then they ban the Suyo, pick the Zushin up for themselves. And now again... Yeah, it's the question, right, Teen? Is it something that they've practiced quite a lot, knowing that it's always been banned out for the good part of my memory? And I mean, I might have the memory of a goldfish, but oh my goodness.
In the ban, right? For our week 1, Zushin is the number 1 ban hero. And now Zushin has adjustment. Is it gonna be still okay or still OP, or there will be changes for this Zushin?
I mean, it's definitely a question still. We haven't laid eyes on what this Zushin can do. But what we've definitely laid eyes on is that Harith, is that Hilda. We know what they can do in the land of Dawn. Harith definitely going to be a problem in the gold lane. Is usually a gold lane bully, and the only one that can kind of go toe-to-toe against this Harith is definitely either that Granger or maybe that Irithel. But with Beatrix getting that slight bit of a buff, will that really be a pick that they want to bite? Is that something do they want to bite that bullet? But going for this Alice in the jungle that we've seen before, I don't know if it's the right play, but it feels like that's what they're cooking, right, Vay?
For now, I think for Corinthians side, they would try to pick up the Alice, because in week 1, day number 2, if I'm not mistaken, they won because of the strategy. But with the going up against a composition where a lot of the heroes are not as tanky as Infinity's draft right now that we can see there's the Hilda, there's the Alpha pickup, and also the high mobility Harris that you can probably have a very good combination in. So it will probably work as long as the Badong can put in that fist break and combination between the fist crack to most of the damage dealers later on Infinity. So probably it'll be a good sustaining Alice, but since Infinity saw that there's an opportunity, they need a high burst damage hero, let's just close off the carry, let's just close off the Granger. But on the other hand, we can see from Corinthians, they just close off a lot of like support heroes that we've seen also perform very well in week 1. So I think the problem here is that since Angela is picked up by Team Infinity, I think Corinthians can pick up Bruno if they want to feel good about that, or probably you want to take a bit of a pick quite hard. But a Beatrix might work as long as you can keep a safe distance.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Beatrix can definitely work. But you know what I'm looking at a lot? I'm looking at a lot of sustain coming in from the side of Infinity. They have the Angela's hard guard. You have Alpha that has, is going to go for the War Axe. Harith has the shield when he's going around. Hilda's going to be running into these bushes. A lot of regen capability. And definitely on the other side, they should be prioritizing the anti-heal as soon, at the first go. That's what they should be looking at. And now they want to use the AOG from the Gatot Kacha that's going to be there creating that space, but the 1-1 Teen, oh my goodness.
The 1-1. And the big question is the Gatot will be Luis or Jesus, or Badang will be Luis or Jesus, right? These two heroes are both flex.
I think definitely.
But I think Jesus will be the Badang and Luis will be the Gatot Kacha.
Yeah, I think definitely. I'm really not sure who's gonna pick it up, either Luis or Jesus, because
yes,
it's a different ball game.
And right.
And I think at the moment with Jesus.
Both.
I think with Jesus making his way into the squad, of course, at the moment, it will definitely be something that we'll be looking forward to. And I think it might be Badang Rome. Only time will tell. Because, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for Season 3 of MPL LATAM. We are week number 2 in. And this is your Swiss format for match 1. Corinthians on the blue side, Infinity on the red. My name is Kronos. Joining me, of course, on the desk going to be Bay and our host, Teen. Bay, what do you think is going to happen in this one? Seems like...
So, for Corinthians, they really... keep up, it's quite good for them.
Yeah, and I think at the moment you can see they're trying to hit the level 4 power spikes. Buzizo instantly going in, trying to get the clear as soon as possible. Definitely a fight for the gold lane is up at the same time as well. Louis is going to be running that Gatot in the mid lane as a roamer, definitely. And Badang going to be having a bit of a dead lane. Jesus gets his hands on this hero after being nerfed quite a bit as well in the latest patch. Definitely not completely taken off the meta, but still going to be a problem with, like you mentioned, Vay, that fist break, fist crack combo. Yeah, and I feel like right now at the Turtle is up, of course, 2 minutes into the game. As you can see, the head-to-head between Frostlane and as well as Leonel. from both these teams at the moment. Definitely the goal lane is what they'll be watching out for. But here you can see the Lantern Flare picking them up, and Rusi over here going into the back line, trying to deal a lot of damage. Turtle secured by Infinity, of course. And right now, Infinity have a slight bit of an advantage, but not something that Corinthians cannot come back from.
Great early start for Infinity, of course. Yes, it's not too much big of a gap here for Team Infinity so far. On top of the gold lane, though, it would be a problem if Dune keeps suppressing Upatsi. But we know that if you go ahead and also the Harith, you gotta play with a little of grace and also space, so you don't get to two from the Harith. But on the bottom side, though, you can see that Busio is just fine. You'll probably rack up points first, so just go first. And then I think the key for Korea is try to drag it to the late game, because you need here just sustaining later on.
Ooh, the goal lane battle, of course, Upatizi versus Doom at the Harith right now. Upatizi kind of low. Louise, knowing that the rest of Infinity want to get that goal lane kill on the first bout, especially this first blood, looking to get the advantage and extend it further. Frost lane right now at the moment, trying to get the poke on towards Fanboy and ZZ. They have a very tanky front line. Behesu goes in, but the AOG connects at the same time as well. They have the hard guard on towards them. He goes with the Spear of Alpha after using the Zaman Force down as well. And you can see Buzizo in the backline with the Blood Ode, trying to dish out the damage, but not present at the moment. You need to farm up, Alice, and that is first blood in the hands of Infinity.
Again and again, a lot of the times Infinity just scores their early game momentum so well, and even get one of those lizards, the lava golem, and even going straight to the turtle. And so far from Corinthians, they don't really have that firepower yet, because again, that what I've talked about before, the way that Corinthians can win this is how they drag it to the late game. The way that they can try to fight this is actually wait for Upatsi to gain that momentum spike, or probably power spike items that actually can help during the team fight. Because looking at the Infinity's lineup, I feel that it's just more solid and it's better for from the frontliners or even to the back. And even though a bit of a problem here, caught in the middle of it, Rusi's still able to survive throughout all.
Yeah, I think definitely able to survive that one. A tanky Hilda indeed. Right now, Doom trying to make sure he gets a little bit of advantage in the goal lane, is one level up against Upatizi. And at this moment that they're trying to get control of the river, but Corinthians are not finding a way. Infinity definitely with this tanky Fanboy, this Hylos making his presence felt in and around the map. Definitely a problem. Hesu does have a faster rotation compared to the Hilda so far in the game. And again, the attention turned towards the gold side. Oh, AOG is there. On towards Fanboy, gets sauntered back, fist crack, fist break combo, but you can see instantly Frost Lane picks up the kill. And right now, they are a 1-1 on the scoreboard, but the goal lead definitely on the side of Infinity, 2K in their favor. Buzizo right now with the Blood Ode on towards Rusi. Rusi trying to make sure he can kite out of there to make sure he gets that CC chain on towards him, and instantly they get that kill, and Corinthians find an advantage finally on the kill score, but still behind on the goal lead by at least 1,000 as the second turtle of the game is up at the moment.
Good chance actually for the objective that they can try to contest this. The third turtle right on to Infinity's hands. They were trying to poke it out, but Corinthians is just present there in that vicinity. Try to probably shoo everyone from Infinity from getting this objective, but then again, a lot of the players from Corinthians don't have the firepower yet. That what we've talked before also. And ZZ trying to start in, and even a bit of a problem here Moment popped off with the fist crack, but no commitments on any heavy team fight yet.
Yeah, I think they're definitely looking to play a slow game, but right now, Jesus going in. Zaman Force drop down. You can see the fist crack coming through. He flickers out of harm's way as well. They were not looking to pick that fight. It was a 3v2 situation that they got themselves out of a really sticky situation. But Infinity definitely on the driver's seat, and slowly they are looking to take the advantage as the Lord's going to be up in about a minute and a half.
Quite sticky situation, I might say. Do agree to that, because the way that Corinthians play, you gotta be close to that Alice. You gotta be close to everyone. You gotta stick together to everyone. And from the in-game equipments that you can see, actually all of the players have gained more on the side of Infinity, and even some item power spikes that we've talked before, like the Alpha taking that War X, and even the Queen's Wings is actually a very good game. But on the other hand, we see from the Alice here, Buzizio taking a kill down with a good Clock of Destiny coming in right on time to actually help her sustain and pull more of a team fight, even though under the turret.
Yeah, I think that was a good dive right on towards Lionel as well. And they kind of got the advantage that they were looking for, and slowly looking to catch up on the goal lead at the moment. But definitely a neutral objective that they want to contest. No team has yet taken down a single turret at this moment. They're still fighting for river control 9 minutes into the game. And I think it all comes down to the fact that the tanky frontline presence on the side of Infinity are definitely creating a problem, being a nuisance for Corinthians to actually be able to do anything at this point.
And talking about wave control, both sides of teams actually controlled it quite well. The question is that how and who will dictate the tempo of the game after, because that's both things they can do. And since they have Infinity also has another advantage where you can see the Angela can go and play for the far lane first and can teleport anytime with the hard guard, because at the moment right here, Fatboy opened up the glorious pathway just to slow down, but not there yet. Bushijo getting that Lord quite well. Even the Summer Force popped out is just not enough to force everybody up for now. But Lionel, first one down, and Team Infinity, 2 people is just bursting too much time. But Doom taken down, also trading with 1 4-3.
Yeah, I think it was a really good trade coming through, right? They only sacrificed Louise. That's basically the roamer for the price of 3, and even got the Lord in their favor, taking down the mid lane tier 1 and now the tier 2, while the Lord is still marching down the bot side, looking to take the advantage, making sure that they get at least 1 inhibitor in this siege that they're looking for. And definitely Corinthians have turned the tide around after having a slow start in this game, now looking to take the advantage.
And so far, the minion waves walks in so well. Mid lane, you try to distract it. There's no more passive for the inhibitor. On top and bottom lane, it's just freezed so well and timed perfectly, actually, for the Lord to just march in from the bottom lane. Everyone in Infinity will try to focus in on that, but on top, Corinthians get the chance to just push in and turn down passive. And I'm actually shocked where the bottom lane turret's passive is not broken up. That shield is still standing strong for Team Infinity. And because of that momentum gain, Corinthians now has more gold for each player of the match.
Yeah, I think definitely saving that turret passive at the moment, kind of giving them the advantage, another lifeline until the 12th minute. But at the moment, if you take a look at the itemization, the Badang definitely has his core items at this point. He's going to be a problem with these low cooldowns. Going to be chain CCing the opposition, of course, especially Buzizio now ready to dive into the back line with that Queen's Wings, with that Dominance Ice. Going to be a factor that the anti-heal that's going to be present, and even Frost Lane going to be a problem with that Glowing Bond. At the same time, right now you can see they go in the chain CCs there. Mega kill in the hands of Buzizio.
Okay, finally taking a kill from there, and even Upatsi getting the Holy Trinity for the marksman is just so great going for Corinthians right now on 12th minute mark. A 7-for-2 kills. And so far, all of the turrets for Corinthians is still standing strong, unlike Infinity's, but the pressuring is still giving good vibes here for Corinthians, I might say that. Even though they try to push in here and there, but since the pressuring is just so on from them, it's very online for Corinthians, they can actually control this tempo for once. But Team Infinity, on the other hand, they might still have another chance if they try to fight it out in the Lord and not get picked off way before that fight starts.
Yeah, I think definitely looking to not get picked off is the key answer, because right now you can see Rusi gets the crossbow of Tang unlocked from Upati. He goes for it as well. He gets the airtime that he's looking for, and at the same time you see the hard guard on towards Doom with the chain CC there. AOG into the back line. Lionel taken down low. Fanboy is there, but Buzizio going through with the Blood Ode, gets a double, looking to make that a triple, but it's taken away by Jesus. And right now 4 down. Fanboy's the only one left standing with the Winter Crown as well. They're not just looking to take the tower, they're looking to end the game. Fanboy's the only one left standing. A big minion wave with 2 cannons present, and instantly Upati going for the base crystal as Corinthians take game number 1 in this best of 3 series.
Ooh, so fast, so clean, so well executed for Corinthians. We're talking about a fast gameplay here. We thought that in the early stages, sure, it will be hard for them bringing up the Alice, scaling up for the 1-1, and because of those team fights actually racked up so well, they managed to drag it to the mid and late game momentums with Jesus and also Luis with their great and perfect combinations between both of their chain CCs just keep on going and going, and between a lot of the team fight moments, because of the sustainable and also finally that damage dealer moment just spiked up so well for Upatsi. Corinthians finally gets to seal the deal for game number 1. But let's not forget, there will be a best of 3 series for the first match today. So I think that Corinthians can still standing on strong for this type of cheese picks. So it would be a very nice executed gameplay. For example, like here right now, Infinity, they tried to move back, but from Corinthians, they keep on pushing back. And no one is getting home, and even Fanboy is forced to pull it out from the base and just still continues on to the team fight.
That was I mean, it just that moment, right? That moment, that slight window of opportunity is what they wanted. And you were talking about as well, use that Lord as a bait. Will they be actually able to bite that? And I think Infinity knew that they wanted to contest. They went for it, and that's what Corinthians were looking for. Instantly saw the opportunity, took it, and oh my goodness, Upati wanted that airtime, and he got that crossbow of Tang, pew 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 pew, and the next thing you know, he was dishing out damage. There was no possible way for Doom to do anything. And even with Lionel on his back on this Angela's heart guard, was unstoppable with that Inspire. And definitely you can see the damage stats, you can see the gold as well, the difference being 6.8k in a 13-minute match. I think definitely they were looking for some trouble, and they got the trouble that they were looking for. Corinthians looking strong.
And for me, I think Team Infinity is quite unique though. They play on the default emblems instead of the newly ones that has just updated. I thought that you'll if you bring up the Angela, you'll need more support. You can bring on more from movement speeds, from any of the shoes that you can bring up, or probably even a focusing mark because you're playing on the support hero. It turns out it'll just be more from the Imperial side, from both sides of the team. They will prioritize on that for damage wise, and so far it worked very well for Corinthians. And we're talking about a lot of the items here. Item Spike, we've talked about Upatsi getting it, Holy Trinity for the marksman, and even because of that patience from being able to bait that out and finally rack up the points for Upatsi. And then it hinders Restless so much for Infinity. There's a lot of shield they can actually put in. There's a lot of HPs that they can actually just regen so fast. But because you're looking at Jesus build, you're looking at also Buzicio's meltdown, and you can also see Frost Naves slowly Lantern Flare just melting everybody in and zoning. Infinity didn't stand a chance if it's dragged on to the late game. And that happened in the first game that we can see right here. I really thought that Infinity, if they really go early aggressive, which they did, they can actually handle on that first game.
Yeah, I think that early game aggression is what they kind of needed to match coming in from the side of Corinthians. And looking at their draft, they did have their early game aggression. It could have been there from the gold lane, in the mid lane as well. And for the better part of the first half of the game, you know, it's like that meme that we see. They had it in the first. They had us in the first half. Not gonna lie, that's what it felt like, because Infinity definitely did. And just that one moment, that one slip up that they had with this Gotcha just jumping in Luis and Jesus, the combination, this chain CC definitely was a problem. But of course, the MVP of the game, Buzizio, after farming up, hitting that level 4 power spike, went into the back line with that flowing blood and chain CC'd them, and making sure he was in their face, dishing out the damage while they couldn't do anything to him at all.
And a lot of times that we can finally see that Buzio shine so well, it's just ending up being a frontliner for their team, and finally, okay, I could just go forward. I don't even need that flicker. Let's just go forward. I can finally tank. Okay, Upatsi finally has his damage items. Okay, damage in, just entry, and I'll just be there like a pillar. I'll just be standing there slowly and then sucking everybody's blood with that blood oath. Everybody is just my power bank right now.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, you know, once they're online, I don't need to do anything. It's just 1v5 play. I can do it, guys. I got that confidence. I'm going to jump into the back line. And next thing you know, Buzizio definitely a problem with that Alice. And it's those cheese picks that we're talking about, right? And I think Teen definitely, you think they're going to be another cheese pick for game number 2?
Yeah, let's see. We'll see.
I think at this point, it should be a respect ban, but we also don't know that if Corinthians would always want to use that strategy of a lineup, since it worked so well. So it's either giving mind tricks now for the second match. Will they use the same strategy? Should we just let go one of the prio heroes on the meta so that we can ban out and respect Buzizio's Alice? Probably let go the Granger, or probably some other heroes that we can see, because like most of the bans in the first game was so targeted just for one role. I think, is it a good chance for them to just give it up for now, Kronos?
I mean, it's not just the fact that they might want to respect banner, right? Because I feel like it was definitely a cheese pick, not something that you see quite often. And I don't think they're going to pick it up again, because yes, they used it. We've seen an Alice being used earlier in the MPL LATAM Season 3 as well. It's just I don't think it's a pick that they kind of need to look out for instantly. But what they kind of need to focus on more is the fact that there was a lot of flexibility going into the Corinthians lineup, like Tintin mentioned in the start as well. You know, there was this Badang, there was this Gatot, like who is going to go where? Because usually the Badang kind of, after the recent changes that he's got with the low cooldowns, he was slotted in the roam position, and even with the nerfs being given to him, he's still viable option in the EXP lane. So definitely that is something they need to watch out for, not giving that extra bit of flexibility to the side of Corinthians. So Infinity might be looking to go, you know, more of a restrict the draft of Corinthians, rather than, you know, giving them open arms, saying that, hey, you can pick whatever you want, you know, I'm just gonna fight back with whatever I have. And the next thing you know, the opposition's gonna come with a tank, and you're just left with the, you know, just not able to do anything with an Angela in the mid lane. Not like it was bad, but of course it is definitely something that they need to work on a little bit more.
They embraced it too much, hugging that Alice.
I know, right?
Cause like there's no stoppers in that lineup. Sure, they have tanky heroes, like you bring on the Hilda, you bring on the Hylos, but what else after that? What comes next after that? There's no one giving those stuns. There's no chain CC going on. It's just mostly slowing down. But on the other hand, you're facing up a team that you can just follow up with the AOG. You can come in with the fist crack at any time. So like, there's a lot of things and resources going on that probably they need to readjust. If you want to pick up the Hilda, sure, but you need someone with like heavy chain CC. For example, like probably you bring up the Gatot, but at least a Khalid. At least a Khalid. So
Yeah, I
if
think
you want good vision, you want good front line, so at least there's someone stunning someone in the back, just ready to cover for you. But on the other hand, that we can see right now in game number 2, first ban Alice. Wow.
Hey, looks like you got your prediction right way. And I think they're definitely having a problem with that Alice that comes in from Bozizio, and respecting that, knowing that, hey, we know you play a good Alice, we just don't want to see it again. And at the moment, not just that, you can see on the other side, they take away the Sushin this time, not leaving that open, knowing that what it can bring onto the table, regardless of all the nerfs that it's been hit with.
I think the problem with the nerf is only the mana consumption, but damage-wise and everything, Jusin is still on top, and it's still on par. Yeah, we can see that Granger closed off, Julian is still respected, and Suyo is wide open. Next pick up the Joy, pick up the Gatot. It's very, very viable for Corinthians to play that lineup. You get the anti-CC hero basically, and you get someone from the frontliner, you get someone from the area. You can you can actually combine it quite well, or you can probably go to like a marksman XP or marksman Gatot combination for a first second pick lineup for Corinthians.
Yeah, I think you're right. At this point, for Corinthians, maybe go with the Gatot and Moskov. Hey, guess what? Oh, they go for the Badang instead. It worked out for Hesu, so they let go of the Gatot still.
Okay, they let that go. They prioritize the Badang, that early aggressive start for Hesu. I think it's more to a signature pick for his style now. Whatever happens, I need to make a moment for my team. Whatever happens, I need to fully commit for this. And you can actually see for our both head-to-head heroes from even Frost Nave and also Lionel, both are viable heroes and both played quite different styles, on one to helping on more of a support during the team fight instead of just one supporting like the Angela. But on the other hand, we can see that Frost played like range heroes so well, like the Selena. Then you can play on the Sicilian. I could really hope that it can be brought out later on. And
Frost
Infinity,
is really
wow,
good
got
with
the Hilda.
Selena. We saw that last week, and his abyssal arrow is really on point, right?
Yeah, I think it definitely speaks to the fact that there is more of a different play style.
Ooh, they got the Joy.
It's that Joy that they get picked up. And I think it's very it's concerning the fact that if they did not go for the Joy, it would have been banned out in the second phase of the draft, of course. And at the moment, they definitely look like a much more solid draft for Infinity, just because of how Corinthians were able to take game number 1. So this time Infinity looking at the fact that, hey, we didn't have a lot of crowd control last time, so getting it this time in their favor, definitely with this Gatot pick, I think they're looking to work wonders around it. But looking at the second phase bans, Tintin and Vade, they got that Iritel banned out from the side of Corinthians, and the side of Infinity looking to choke down a little bit of that mid lane options.
Okay, goodbye to the Sicilian, goodbye to the Irithel. Still, so far, both respecting both sides of the heroes that are played by the two other players later on. I think for Corinthians next ban, you can still focus in more on probably one of the mid laners. You could ban out the Vexana, it'll go great with the Gatot or even the Hilda trying to provide vision. And turns out it was a fair miss. They're afraid of the sustaining team fight or the sustain ability from Infinity to prolong more of a team fight later on. And last ban for Infinity. What's good? Take away the Hylas?
I think it's got to be a little bit more of a damage. Oh,
Ooh.
they suspect this Badang to go into the roam, so they ban out the glue.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Pick up the CC.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the glue would be the best pick. I'm right. That's what I'm thinking, because you leave the CC open that kind of counters this Hilda and the Gatot in the lane, and you have a winning EXP. You're not expecting a dead lane at the moment, and now you can instantly be a problem on towards Infinity's mid laner as well as the gold laner.
It's either pick up the CC or pick up the... Oh, I had that thought very well quite at the end. CC or Lucas so far.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think the Lucas...
Yeah,
oh,
but-
they go for the Aurora.
Yeah, they go for
is
a
it a
mid laner
deny?
first. Talking about the deny, sure. It's either Vega or would be that already talked about before. And other than the deny, there's still a more viable pick. It will go more of a full-blown fire range if it's an Aurora and a Gatot Kacha combination. So
Yeah.
it's a deny for now. For Infinity, last pick, Marksman. What should be good against Moscow?
Oh no, they lock in the carry. I think the carry is a good pick just because of the fact that it kind of can hold its own against the Joy when it's diving in. So the carry definitely, I would say it's still not a bad choice given the fact that there are limited options in the gold lane. And speaking about the new path changes, that Beatrix still not being touched. They're still not looking to experiment. They're just going with what works and what has been working so far, right, Tintin? Well, also given the fact that there's still a last pick left from the side of Corinthians, I think at the moment Buzizio looking for... I mean, Buzizio's already got his hands on the Joy, right? They're looking for a roam option, and they lock in that Cho. So we're gonna see a lot of...
it is gonna be a Cho roam, right?
Cho.
And the
Yeah.
Cho is one of the signature hero of Luis. So the
Yup.
Badang will be in XP again.
Yeah, I think definitely the Badang gonna be an EXP lane pick, and like you mentioned, there's Choa, a signature pick of Luis. Of course, he's not just played at the MPL LATAM. We've seen him playing the same in the M series before as well, and he's definitely gonna be he's definitely going to be on the hunt in these team fights. He's going to be looking to pick them off. And of course, at the moment, we are going to head into straight game number 2 between Infinity and Corinthians with the picks that's on the board. You got the Hilda, the Suyo, Vexana, Gatot Kacha, and the carry for Infinity. And Corinthians looking to make this a 2-0, while Infinity want to pull one back and take it to game number 3. Because, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to go into game number 2 of match 1 of week 2 of MPL LATAM Season 3. And I'm your caster, Kronos, alongside me, Faye and Teen. But at the moment, let's get straight to it. Will Infinity be able to pull off a 1-1, or will Corinthians make their dominance felt and take it to 2-0?
Okay, quite well. Looking at both of the drafts, I feel like the second game is more balanced than the first one. I might say that because like looking on both sides, even though Corinthians can go more of a pick-off type because you bring on Jesus, Badang, you bring on Luis's Cho. On the other hand, that Infinity, they just only have one stopper. 2 actually, but you want to count as a semi for that because you need Fanboy and Lionel like back to back with each other, and since that you're going to find a good moment right here, and even stunned so well, even Bujizio on the Joy wasn't able to avert from that.
Yeah, I think he definitely didn't have anywhere to go after using the rhythm. Got stuck, not able to listen to the music. Bozizio will fall down first blood this game as well. So Infinity, again, like game number 1, take a slight bit of advantage early on. And only that mid-game where they were kind of losing it off. So will we see that happen once again? Because right now, Fanboy's right in the thick of it. And Luis making sure he gets that Jeet Kundo combo down. But you can see ZZ already level 5. Looking to hit that level advantage and take it in towards that turtle pit.
And other than that, we can see that it'll be a fight here in the turtle pit because like both EXPs are not in the level 4th yet, except for Jesus, who is going to be roaming around quite well area. So far is secured by Team Infinity. At Corinthians, they don't want to give that first objective up because it's great early for them to start.
Jesus right now taking down quite low regions, his way back up. The turtle is there, quarter HP. I think it's secured by, of course, ZZ. And right now they want to go for it. Luis with the Jeet Kundo combo. Fanboy goes into the back line, creating the separation with the AOG. And right now they might actually go for an invade on towards the purple without the retribution from ZZ as well. So no presence from Bozizio, who just stole their own, but you can see with that Frigid Glacier, here comes in Rusi, picks up a kill, but Luis kicks him back and takes one as well. So right now Bozizio making his way, and I think that was a give and take from both sides, but definitely Infinity coming out on top, Vay.
I do agree with that. Infinity coming on top because even though both of the buffs are traded out, both purple buffs out, but ZZ got a kill, a rack up point for a jungler, and with that early advantage, it's playing well so far for ZZ. That you can see because Bozizio was quite suppressed in the early game, and you know if the Joy is suppressed, it'll be quite hard if you just want to move around right now. Poking in a great moment here, stunned, and no liability yet for both sides of the team, but just a skirmish pulling out a lot of skills.
Yeah, I think they just want to say hello to each other, right? They're just, hey, hi, nice to see you. We're greeting each other in the land of Dawn at the moment, and then just use all their skills and run away. No casualties over there. But of course, looking at the equipment that's been picked up from both teams, you can see Rusi going in for a little bit of those magic defenses early on, trying to sustain Bozizio and Frostlane Eve. So definitely gonna be a little more tanky against this Joy, but Luis will be looking to pick somebody off. And right now, Upati is the target. Fanboy went in with the AOG as well, and they disperse just on time for the turtle as well,
But I'm actually sad to see that one of the utilities from Team Infinity needs to be on cooldown, because you popped in quite early. There's a chance that the Moscow will be teleported quite well, as you've seen before, and since it is a very good information for Corinthians to know that, hey, no more AOG. If we want to fight right now, we can fight it right now.
Ooh, Luis taking so low, flickers his way out as well, so no engage full present right now with this turtle coming through. Rusi gets the damage down on towards Dembo. SOD connects on towards the turtle, but it's free once again for the side of Infinity, who have got 2 neutral objectives in their hands, a 3,000 gold lead almost, and now they're looking to convert that into these turret structures where they're trying to get one after another. Looks like top is already secured. Will they be able to get the bot one? ZZ doesn't want to go for it.
And so far, for Corinthians, they're still able to handle throughout those minion impacts sent in by Infinity. But from the side of Corinthians, they really gotta be more patient. You missed out really just for the Joy to how they play in the first game that we just saw.
Yeah, I agree. And after that first game result, I think they definitely looking to change that tide this time around, Infinity. And now the aggressors on the front foot that we didn't see at game number 1. But guess what? They get that fist crack on towards Lionel, get a little bit of a poke down. And Jesus has been really good with these rotations coming in from the EXP side, actually leaving the lane for Bozizio to take up as well. So after the 5-minute mark, really well played, good map control well coming in from Corinthians, while Infinity are still on the advantage.
Still on advantage, of course. Fanboy misses out that AOG. The Dragon, Wave Dragon kicked in, but hey, Luis is the one down. SOD coming in, but not teleported yet so far. It's just a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, a blunder coming from Fanboy, right? He went in for the AOG, but Luis was a step ahead. Shun pulls his way out of there, gets that knock up from the Jeet Kune Do, and instantly kicks him back with the Way of the Dragon, and Fanboy had nowhere to go. Lionel tried to grab a little bit of the pieces, of course, with that Eternal Guardian, but unable to do so, and right now the turtle being reset as well.
Okay, I think for this now, you gotta see eyes on Jesus. No moment made yet. Trying to find a shifting good position, and even Corinthians, they are pushed back from this team fight. Again and again, Infinity gets a lot of objectives and even created a 5k goal lead. Finally, in the 7th minute, this is just a bit too much.
Yeah, I think around the 8th minute mark right now, Infinity have taken a lot away from Corinthians. 6,000 ahead in gold, not giving them any sort of advantage. And Upati, the only good thing that they have going in for Corinthians is that Upati has not fallen down once just yet. So definitely building up to the power spike. They're looking to take this game a little bit more further to get their advantage. ZZ level 14, while Buzizio still level 10. And I think if that's the difference in the junglers, I think that's a big one.
Other than the junglers, I think the things that Corinthians can do for now to actually just maintain a good lead for them. It'll be hard if they were trying for fights out of Infinity, because seeing that frontline damage, seeing that Suyo with that early gain is quite hard. Try pulling out a split push, but the question is, can you get past the Hilda? Can you get past Rusi? Because the only one who has that far lane advantage is guarded very well right now from Team Infinity.
Yeah, you're right. I think that far lane that Upati is trying to split push, use that SOD to get into the team fights, protected by Rusi, who is mobile as well and is able to move in into the team fight quick enough. And you can see making sure that Upati is kept in check at this point, right? You do not want this Moskov to, you do not want to give a little bit of any freedom to this Moskov, and knowing that they've done a very good job containing him, but ZZ being 4 level ahead of Buzizio while this Lord is up, definitely going to be a problem for Corinthians.
Okay, not connected yet between the fist crack and the fist break. There's still a chance, but oh my lord, that Lord, it's just gone too fast.
Yeah, I think they're, you know, they don't really want to wait. They want to make sure it's instant and pick it up for themselves. While Buzizio makes a trade, gets that tier 1 on the top side. Although the Lord is looking strong, marching away on the bot lane and making sure to take at least an inhibitor. As looking at the item power spikes, Buzizio is building towards a Holy Crystal, so looking for that as well. But Jesus goes in with a flicker combo. They throw everything at them except the kitchen sink, and oh my goodness, they get the kill on towards ZZ.
Except the kitchen sink, huh? But jumping in also, Fanboy on top, trying to finish out Buzizio, but in the nick of time with a sliver of health, he is still able to move back. On the other hand, they really need to pick their acts up, because a lot of things they need to clean up, a lot of things they need to do those spring cleanings from a lot of the minions that are coming in and sent out tirelessly by Team Infinity. Sadly, that SOD missed Lionel. No team fights yet. I think Corinthians, they're just waiting for a good moment for probably Jesus can go in and Upatsi can just join in a team fight, but so far there's no opening yet for them.
Yeah, I think there's no opening just yet. It was a really good pickoff that came on towards ZZ early on before the Lord could come in. So that's why they didn't lose out on quite a lot. So Corinthians still have something to fight for. Despite being down 6,000 in gold, they are able to control their own, to hold their own, and now looking to make plays because Rusi over here looks like he's walking into a death push. Hesu goes in, tries to connect that fist break as well. Buzizio, realizing that he's a tanky boy, doesn't want to go for more.
Knowing that it's not electrifying beats can just be popped up at any time at all, it'll just be a good moment here. But so far, Infinity, they know what they're doing, pressuring quite well from the mid lane and also the bottom lane. It's kind of hard juggling between the top and the bottom to choose which one can be dictated as the far lane for both sides of the team. But so far, this is what I've been saying. Corinthians trying to get a sneaky gameplay. You can probably pick someone off first because you know there's potential from Hesu, there's potential from Luis. But so far, no one has made a move yet, knowing that the Lord will come up and emerge in 25 seconds.
Yeah, I think, you know what, wait, I just wanted to, and I've just been looking at the clock the entire time. It's been a good 2 minutes since ZZ was level 15, and you can see that being the difference maker. The chain CC is on towards them. They get the killing spree on towards ZZ first up, and with the Eternal Guardian to create the space as well. Both junglers being traded just before the Lord as well.
Okay, no retribution power, which is good. Upatsi got the SOD to the backline. It's just a direct hit to Doom and also Lionel. The question is why he didn't teleport. I think a lot of the resources from Corinthians are also out for now. But since you just pushed in like that, there might be a chance that you can get the Lord waiting for both sides of the jungler. But because there's an opening, finally Corinthians can play on the split pushing moment.
Yeah, I think they are looking for that macro advantage. The map was a more blue, looking a little less blue on the top side, but still that bottom V is looking strong for the side of Infinity. And now the Lord is there, looking healthy, looking pretty, just standing there, waiting for either team to come and ask them out on a date. But at the moment, we'll not find out who it is because Upati is having this far lane looked at by Infinity, and now they definitely have to pay attention, and instantly it could turn this 4v5 into a 5v5 if the SOD connects. And really good Lord Dance played by Corinthians, and I think this goes to show the experience they have in play.
Experience indeed from the way they try to communicate on which they want to try to initiate or not. But so far from Corinthians, they just know, okay, it's okay, Moskov, you play onto the far lane, it's still okay. Rusi zoning out. Both sides of the XP are just working tirelessly. The Buzizio coming in, but SOD temporal in quite well. On the other hand, Doom with the Purify didn't hit so much, but Fanboy keeps on with that fight. But even Hesu take one down, not hits enough. And finally, taking the Lord down, and even Fanboy just as collateral damage.
Yeah, I think that was really well played from Infinity, right? They went in for it instantly. They saw their opening. They saw Buzizio was a little far off and instantly burst down the Lord. Got it in their hands. Upati went in for the SOD. It did connect, but too little too late. The retribution was on point. ZZ got the Lord, and I think there was no possible way for Corinthians to do anything over there. The Purify coming in on point when that Spear of Misery hit, of course, Doom on towards the wall. So really well played. And now with the macro advantage, Infinity with the Luminous Lord looking to get an inhibitor at least.
At least he'll try to barge in. Not yet, but this will be a pressuring point for Team Infinity to try to get an opening out of Corinthians. But at the same time, if everyone is just so clumped up together, it'll be a very, very good moment where Luis and also Hesu can just combine both of their skills. So far,
No, ZZ, he was gonna go for the outplay. with the Soul Sever as well, but not able to. Everyone from Corinthians standing tall. A successful defense coming out from them. They lost only the bot lane inhibitor. With the Lord marching on the top side, it was really well played. A good juggle of skills, but Fanboy went for the wrong play at that point, and you can see Upati dishing out the damage as well, taking down Lionel, and now they are making their way and turning the map a little less blue and a little more red.
Okay, Corinthians finally getting that momentum and dictating for what they want. They're taking back for all of the hardships that was given by Infinity in the early game. And with that moment of a team fight, Corinthians was able to just gain a little bit gold back to their side. So at least there's a gain from there, from both sides of the team. You can see it. Even Hesu just tries to stay around from that area, and Buzijo getting that Divine Glaive. Both mages are just stacked up with penetration quite well, and it will be respected, of course, against Fanboy on Rusi's build. And I think, again, if it's the late game, it's not about items, it's about how and who gets to pick off first.
Oh, that was looking a little dicey for both teams. The fight was split into two, and they didn't know who to go for. But the poke is there with Eternal Guardian coming in as well. AOG trying to connect in towards them. They catch Frost Lane. The taunt goes in. The damage is there. They take the shutdown onto Frost Lane. Louise is next on the chopping block with the mid lane minions looking strong. They're looking to end the game. Upati is the one on the top side. SOD connected. Will he make his way? Jesus with the fist crack combo. But the damage is just way too much coming out from the side of Infinity. Nobody falling down. Upati with the Wind of Nature, still able to survive. The minions are still crashing through. Infinity looking to end the game. Everyone's still present. The taunts going in. No way can they survive. The base crystal after a big shutdown. They get this score 1-1, and seems like we have a game 3 on our hands, babe.
Okay, equalized quite well and executed in a clutch by Team Infinity. You almost get that moment, but turns out, nope. It's mine from the start. It's mine to finish, Infinity said. And looking at all of the highlights, majority of the time, Infinity, they get to secure like a lot of objectives first on game number 2. They get that early position, they get that early power spike. A lot of heroes can just be combined quite well, and I just gotta hand it to Rusi, to be honest, in this game. If it's not because of his eyes and vision, or probably the presence of knowing that, hey, there is a Moskov, someone could pull a far lane, it was just eyes on Folio and a Moskov, and you see how fast as the Hilda run. You can just connect it or probably run from end to end of the map so fast that it's always eyes on Upatsi. And this is just rendered useless for Corinthians. If you want to try to do a split push, you can't really do that. There will always be Rusi there. And other than that, you can see like a lot of moments that you think the Corinthians can get the momentum, can get the catch, but just somehow and somewhere from Team Infinity, they just try to rise up to the occasion. And in the end, all this moment finally paid off, where Team Infinity can just seal the deal and even equalize for now.
I think that last fight was so crucial, right? It was looking split. They didn't know where to go. They didn't know whom to catch. And all of a sudden, hey, opportunity presents itself. And guess who's there to pick it up? Infinity. That's what they're called. So they go in the Peruvian Giants with that big AOG, lands it on towards Frost Lane. No Pride of Ice to help out. Instantly gets popped. Louise's immortality gets popped. And oh my goodness, what a way to pick up the game after a back and forth. It went on for 18 long minutes. And I think if it went on any further, it would have been anyone's to go, because the Luminous Lord would have been there, and that Shining Lord would have been hard to take down. So of course, looking at the contributions given both these teams with their spells, with their items, 8 killed, of course, coming down for ZZ. But I think it's just, 8 turrets taken down, of course, 2 Lords conquered, you got the 3 turtles. Nonetheless, Corinthians were still able to get a lot more on the orange buff side compared to the compared to Infinity. And I think that was definitely a slight bit of an advantage that came around in the bot side of the map when they were looking aggressive with Luis and Buzizio. But after that, ZZ was just a big snowball machine. He got picked off a couple of times, but he was a good 2 minutes ahead in terms of being level 15 compared to Buzizio's 11. And that definitely became a problem that Corinthians had to come back from, taking their time, but it was just delaying the inevitable.
And overall, for this game number 2, I see more Wilderness Blessings are just brought in. So I think both sides of the team would also understand that, hey, we will go for a full-blown team fight. We will rotate fast. We will see more vision. We will try to dictate the tempo, who's going to be who's fastest. But overall, with a 1 kill difference, and even though Corinthians gets it more, and somehow just Infinity gets to execute it quite well, it's just not about the drafts anymore, because we can finally see an equal footing here in game number 2. But we're talking about the overall things, that how they try to execute it. It was just so well from the early to the mid to the late. It's just, even though there are some overextended team fights where Corinthians can try to slip in for a moment, but somehow Infinity can just stay in control and just finish all of that till the end.
It looked like a roller coaster, right? This was a roller coaster ride. Game number 2, up and down, but guess what? Finally, Infinity sent Corinthians to their doom with him picking up the MVP. Of course, 2-0-3 on that carry, and you can see the speedy light wheels being a problem. The combination of the Cho was definitely there, but the Gato Kacha being a big difference maker to let Doom be unlocked, and the support coming in from Leonel's Vexana as well. So, oh my goodness. And this play, Doom left untouched. That's something you don't want to see in game number 3.
Okay, so no wonder in game number 1 you respect the marksman so much. You respect the mage so much. But just because of an Alice, it's just somehow yeet. Okay, let's just let it be there. 1 slot, it's okay, but turns out it is just as fatal as we can see in game number 2. So probably, I think it will be a shift in game number 3 to see on which priorities coming in, or probably they'll just let's just go and let all loose. Let go of the Julian. What?
You know what? Corinthians are like, their hearts are just beating up and down, saying that, oh my goodness, you really want us to let open the Julian? Or wait, isn't the Alice still there? What are we gonna do? I think they're asking questions, scratching their heads. And of course, like you mentioned, after game number 1, which was kind of it was a little bit of a one-sided game, but game number 2 being a roller coaster, you're able to see the early, you're able to see the mid, you're able to see the late game as well. And it was not more of the draft, it came down to the execution. Who are making lesser errors, who are making lesser mistakes. And fortunate for Infinity, it was them even the score. And now it is, like Teen mentioned in the start of the series, it's a 1-1. So now if you want to take that extra victory, move into that 2-1 bracket, this is the one that you need to fight for. And definitely Infinity not gonna give it away. But also, looking at Corinthians, they were able to delay the game. And let's be honest, around the 11th or the 12th minute mark, it was looking dire, right? It was looking dire for Corinthians, but they're able to extend it. And I think that comes down to the fact that they have so much experience. The veterans of MPL LATAM, of course, they are still able to make it work. So that means Infinity need to be on their guard, regardless of what pick comes their way or what doesn't. Infinity definitely need to be looking, need to have eyes at the back of their heads as well.
And somehow there's just 4 and 4 vision there.
Hey, next thing you know, Rusi's running behind still.
Ooh, that will be scary. A Hilda with just 2 eyes in the front, and that awareness is just already immense. For you to play Moscow, to be just always present there. And if there's 4 eyes, wow, Rusi is just running here and down, all back and forth. It's just, it's Rusi on an energy drink. That's the one.
Oh yeah.
That's the key.
Hey, he got that midnight caffeine sugar rush, mix that up, and the next thing you know, that's how he's looking like, and he's looking to run around in the land of Dawn. But you're right, a lot of credit definitely goes to Rusi just for the fact that he was able to provide so much vision, so much map control, keeping Opati on check the entire game, in game number 2 at least. And that's something we didn't get to see a lot of in game number 1, but will that happen in game number 3? Only time will tell, because we're already in the draft phase between Corinthians and Infinity. Game number 3, the first match of the day, and oh my goodness, it is an entertaining one, of course. And Corinthians blue, Infinity picked the red.
Okay. Back to default settings in game number 1, but I think most of the drafts will be different. Respected, of course. This usually goes after time. The first game, it'll just be testing waters. It'll just be respecting from what happened before, but now it's just what happened during in just one match. So you can see the Julian closed off. We don't want to deal with that. Let's just say goodbye to it. There's no more Badang, because I think Team Infinity finally feels that I think we're not letting Hesu play that anymore. Let's just take it away. It is a menace, same as Rusi's Hilda. Wow. A lot more respected fans coming up now.
It's like taking candy from a baby. Just click that button and make sure they belong in the band section. You don't want, you're not giving me the Badang. Guess what? I'm not gonna give you that Hilda. Let's see what else we can play. But that does mean a lot more left open, right? They take away the joy. So that means the Suyo definitely is there up for grabs. And looking at the Suyo, he's such a great pick. He's so well contested. You can take these neutral objectives. Do Infinity really want to give that away and make that trade for the Hereth plus whatever it is? Oh my goodness, Corinthians ban it out themselves.
Ooh. No Suyo, no Loyi, Granger up for grabs. But will it be a prio, or a Fanny will be open?
I don't know. Matilda still being left open. It was a looking at the way the game number 2 went, it just feels like a random ban right now. But guess who else was left open? It's that Sushin that's picked up by Corinthians once again. That got them that game 1 victory. And now I think Infinity need to find an assassin to kind of assassinate this mid laner.
The question is, who can reach in that far and yet not get caught? I think goes in with Granger. Granger Gatot Kacha. You prioritize the jungle later on. Yeah.
You're cooking. You're cooking.
It's either Granger Gatot Kacha, or you want to play with range also. Granger Selena would be fun here.
What if they go with the Granger, Selena, Baxia combo? Next thing you know, they're gonna put Corinthians' backs against the wall, and then they decide that let's just go with something that would work. Let's just go for the glue. We were talking about it earlier before the match started, talking about how this glue can be a problem. And guess what? Rusi's like, you take away the Hilda, I got the glue. Now who else are you gonna pick up? But that means they're gonna be really tanky, especially with that split. Now Corinthians need to find an answer to kind of burst them down. And I'm looking at the carry once again. This carry was a good pick coming in from Doom previous game, but maybe go for the Irithel just because you get that lane advantage. But guess what? Matilda, too good to let go of.
Matilda Alpha? They go straight for that combo. Okay, they go straight in for that combo. Infinity, pick up the Sicilian.
Back to basics. That's what Corinthians are telling them.
Yeah.
Just back to basics. We got high ground. Infinity's like, okay, we need high ground as well. We got the Sicilian. What else are we gonna do? Let's see how this can go around there. The mid laners are picked up. The jungle options limited for the side of Infinity, so expect a lot of jungle choke come around from Corinthians. But Infinity definitely looking to take down those gold laners. The Hereth, the Irithel, possibly the carry. But seems like Doom likes the Irrital himself, and Upati likes to play that Moskov. So maybe a Moskov Irrital kind of situation?
Could be to go head to head, but let's not forget there's also an EXP still quite open to ban out the CC, ban out the Gatot, ban out the Phoveus. Because if Infinity doesn't pick it up or try to deny it, it'll go very, very great for Corinthians lineup. You bring up the Matilda, Phoveus, Alpha. Ugh, you're not getting out of that team fight. It's just fully brute force all the way in.
Yeah, brute forcing their way in the entire time. And I just like how, they're showing us Doom versus Upati. You guys got to keep them in mind. These are the ones that are making the plays. They're kind of sitting pretty in the back line untouched. But guess what? After taking down the Gatot, they're looking to take away the Tigreal. So limited roaming options coming in from Infinity. And I think that, I'm not sure if their Fanboy really can go with the Cho. That would really work here, just because the pickoff potential is there. Someone to kind of reach into the back line of the Frost lane with this Zushin, but also leaving the Assassins still open.
I think it would be tricky if Infinity's Fanboy tries to pick up the Cho, because you have the glue. It's just a front. It's not a menace. It's not anyone slowing it down. A Hylos would be a better pick, but who will stun our friends from Corinthians? The question is for Team Infinity. But since the jungle is not appeared up yet, Corinthians, guys, Phoveus is up for grabs. A Phoveus carry would be a great solid lineup for you guys if you want to go head to head for that. Or a Phoveus Harith will also be good too. Natural counter.
Yeah,
for
I was
Ranger,
thinking that.
and it's not bad.
Exactly, because it's a good pick. It's a lane bully, but no one Upati. Never mind. I was gonna say he might go for that cheese one again, even though it doesn't work here. But the Lucas being left open, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see the beast being unleashed in the land of Dawn, in the hands of Jesus, of course. And right now, it is, of course, his first match rather, in MPL LATAM. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw him play two Badangs and the Lucas right now. These are heroes that are kind of considered a little bit up on the rankings in terms of the power scale. Are you sure you want to give that to him? But guess what? They see that they need an assassin. They go for the natural counter, the Hayabusa. They say it's a nerf that he received, but I really don't think so. It's just a nerf to the eyes. To the gameplay, maybe your fingers got to be fast enough.
Pilot is just built diff. It's just looking at who's playing later on. And I think it is a great dive. It's not pulling up the Fanny to the side of Infinity. You need someone to dive in. You need someone to be aggressive. You have the Hayabusa. But here's the thing. Both sides now have the same condition. You gotta win on that early game or else you'll be late for the late game. And of course, we'll see the determining match of the day, match number 1, game number 3 in MPL LATAM Season 3. Let's go into the Land of Dawn between our friends from Corinthians versus Team Infinity.
Hey, it is. You know what? Way I wanted to say, I like that skin quite a lot. That Hisoka skin coming in from the Hunter x Hunter collab. Of course, that Sicilian gonna be all eyes on him to deal that damage into the late games if ever it goes there. Knowing how Corinthians can hold their own so far in this series, the experience speaks for itself. But will the domination from Infinity try and kind of continue? As you can see, the so-called Ube strategy that's been built around before, Corinthians are looking to play around that style.
I think because you're bringing in Jesus, there's a new color, a new diverse gameplay that you can bring in. So that's why there will be a little bit of mix and match from the Ube strategy that you can feel from VPH. Because this guy, for me, it's amazing. he traveled a lot for his career. You start from MPL PH, then you go in to get some more experience in MPL Malaysia, and now you're in MPL LATAM. And with that vast knowledge and also that wide variety of what's going to happen in a few other regions, Corinthians can really pick up and learn from him too.
Yeah, definitely. Not just him learning from them, but them learning from him as well. It's really well-rounded. I think Jesus has been fitting slowly. Looks like he was the missing piece of that puzzle. Only time will tell if they get the victory in this game, of course. But so far, it's been looking strong, and you can see both the mid lane and the EXP making sure to get that mid lane minions to hit their level 4 power spikes, and now a free neutral objective while Jesus already unleashed the beast and making sure ZZ was nowhere near that turtle.
That aggressive team fight that we've talked before in the first game, it's like, oh my god, you're finally going to see it. Probably if you're seeing Jesus on Badang, it's aggressive, but you need that momentum. But on the other hand, if you just play it up with a straight up Lucas, you can just roam around and literally unleash the beast to just everyone in the fight. With that sustaining condition though, this will probably be a very good lineup for Corinthians going up against Infinity to those bursty type of heroes. But the question is, again, for both sides of these teams, we know that they're both good. Who can dictate who first? That's the question.
Yeah, true. I think that's the real question, isn't it? But you know, we saw a little bit of that happen just in that Lethal Wanderer. ZZ with a little bit of a fast finger trying to take away that Lethal Wanderer, was able to get it for himself, of course. And right now looks like both teams do not want to take any risk. They're waiting it out, waiting for a clear opening to try and do something for themselves. They're not looking to create it themselves. They're waiting for a mistake to come out from either side.
Okay, from each side so far, Infinity is pressed down quite lots. As you know that ZZ will need to rank up a lot of jungles here for now. But there's no moments or any team fight triggered at all. I mean, yet for now. Because you're going to see the turtle is going to pop up in a few seconds. But I feel that since this is game number 3 and this will be determining like who will be who in the brackets later on in the Swiss brackets. So I think both are just toning down the tempo first. We don't need that team fight if we don't need it yet.
Yeah, I think that's true. That, you know, none of these team fights are opened up yet. They don't need them. You don't want them. Let's not force the objective, right? That's what it is. But you can see this Ube style working out, and Jesus just being a menace, trying to create the separation. ZZ, even after the quad shadow, really well played from Corinthians, delaying the take of the turtle, knowing that he can come in with that quad shadow, press that retribution, and steal it away. So really well played. Corinthians keeping a cool head, understanding when the time is and when the opening could be to pick up a fight.
I think something good about Infinity's lineup that I can say, it's just wait till the mid game. At least you can see the Granger and the Hayabusa can shine, because you see both of those heroes already obtained that Hunter Strike. You already got that early power, but they don't want to force any team fights or any risky plays yet, because if you really try to force it out against Corinthians, it won't be a good chance for Infinity if they want to try to juke it out in the early game. But since you gotta play a little bit more patience, I think it would be a good game for Infinity if they keep this tempo or tone for now. But what it's not good if they pull this too far. If Corinthians gets the Harith rised up, you get Jesus sustaining a lot of damage. You can see Buzizio just entering in with and even stunning with the Spirit of Alpha. Team Infinity would be in big trouble.
Yeah, I agree. Team Infinity could be in trouble if it all works out to plan. In theory, yes, check all the boxes, things can happen. But to make that theory a reality, only time will tell, because both teams are just poking from afar. I like the way Doom is just standing there with that violin case, just shooting that bullet, that Dead Sonata, but the Quad Shadow, while looking at the map, connected on towards Frost Lane, but didn't want to go for it because Buzizio made sure his presence was felt, and both these junglers mirroring each other's rotation to get to that neutral objective. And I think right now, Buzizio, make sure he gets the turtle. You can see Glorious Pathway being used as well. Upati went in with that Zaman Force, but First Blood, Jesus gets taken down by Doom. They trade Rusi for it, so EXP for EXP. But First Blood means that Infinity are able to catch up in some sort of gold that they lost out on these neutral objectives. And now we're almost back to dead even.
The way that both sides of the team, they mirrored in, like from the jungling phase and even the jungle rotations, can ended up with the entry out down on bottom lane. Because so far, both sides of the goat lane that you can see, I thought that Luis is just there hovering over Upatsi in case of a big moment, but turns out it wasn't even initiated in the early stages. And I thought it'll just be suppressing Doom down, but turns out they even just going to let that go. I feel that this will be the game where it'll test your patience for both sides of the team, because like in first game and the second game, you see a lot of the team fights executed quite early. It's like, let me trade this, let me trade that, let me get this, let me get that. But for this time, I feel like they're more cautious in some ways.
Yeah, definitely cautious and looking to play the map, but waiting for the blunder. That's what both teams are waiting for, because we're a good 8 minutes 30 seconds into the game. No advantage, no clear advantage on either side, apart from the top lane tier 1 turret taken away, of course, by Corinthians from Infinity. Still not gonna be enough, because they're looking to play that lore dance once again like they did in game number 2, while both the junglers are on the far lane. And now seems like Buzizio trying to camp ZZ. Is he gonna be walking in towards that death bush? Realizes that it's not the time. But hey, Vey, this could be the opening that they're looking for. He goes in.
Just to poke and force out that Quad Shadow. Nothing extensive yet. What is extensive is here at the bottom lane, pulled in with the Zaman Force even triggered out quite well. Frost Lanave forced to be back. And so far, Team Infinity with just the Glorious Pathway forced up. Corinthians, finally, they get to team up on that Lord objective, but ZZ coming in. Okay, Shadow Kill coming in. Wow, with the guiding wind finally going out, and even ZZ trying to find a good gameplay here. Fanboy taking a lot of damage, but Hesso still in the front, finding moments for Corinthians. And so far, Team Infinity, they just really need to back down, and they are not giving up, but even setting up and returning that Lord for that rightful place.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to fight for control, right? They're trying to dictate the pace of the game, Corinthians, but still not able to get that clear advantage that they're looking for, because as soon as Corinthians were dictating the pace with Jesus, they come back Infinity with the Vengeance as well, looking to make sure they get some sort of advantage, and that's the beauty of the Lord Dance. The longer this goes, the more concentration you can lose, and that's why you can see ZZ goes in for the Quad Shadow with the Ogi Shadow Kill on towards the rest of the back line. But able to make his way out of there as well. Corinthians stand strong, and now they might get their first advantage, opening that mid lane tier 1 turret. Jesus unleashes the beast, but only to run away like a beast with a tail tucked between his legs. And now Infinity get control of the Lord Pit slowly and surely with Doom present. They're trying to take it, but ZZ in the far lane still trying to make that macro play happen for Infinity.
And so far, with that beast still sustaining, it is going to be a very big homework for Infinity. How do we deal with this? What's the formula that we can deal with this? Because so far, even though Hesu has the big power, or Corinthians has the big power later on during the team fights, but Team Infinity, because ZZ is on the Hayabusa, the high mobility hero, and you can see it'll just be very, very fast to just clear here and there. On the other hand, Corinthians, they need to send out 2 people, because if it's just Upatsi there to clear out or play to the far lane, ZZ can just easily take him down. But on the other hand, here we see a bit of a fight here. Rusi taken down quite easily. A lot of team fights, and even the Max Feast open up. Hesu down. No more frontliners, and even Buzisho, no more retribution power down, even to pulled in Fanboy. Bit too much fronting. Still gets a chance to Patsy. Almost take a Doom down. Okay, finding a good moment. Pull in a Doom! Saying goodbye to that great last hit! Z gets the Lord quite well, and even a finisher here for Upatsi. No. Quite a ballsy move here for Lionel and ZZ. Both take it down, leaving just 3 people for Team Infinity to finally push in and close the gap.
Yeah, I think that was crucial. A very extended team fight coming in from Corinthians and Infinity, of course. But guess what? Upati was left unchecked without the Purify, because there's a lack of CC coming through. We asked this question in the draft way. Who's going to be the one to stop them? Who's going to be the one to lock them down? And you can see that they're paying the price for not having an instant lockdown on the side of Infinity, because Upati dropping the Zaman Force, dancing around the opposition with that disco light, that lantern flare coming in from Frostla Naive. So it's leaving that opportunity for them to dish out the damage and have these extended team fights with their low cooldown skills being a problem for Infinity. And even though they got the Lord, they were not able to press the advantage because they lost out on ZZ, and they lost out on a lot more than they wanted to in that singular fight.
And other than that, looking at the equipment builds right now, I don't think that it is a good investment for Team Infinity's Doom. Stacking up with that Sky Piercer right now probably can finally pay off now, but Fanboy too much in the middle. Buzizia taking down just like that. Upatsi with the trade, with the frontliner, which is good. Rusi needs to move back, but Corinthians are still able to handle the situation for now. As I said before, will this investment finally pay off? Because it's a two kills and even 1 taken down. So far, probably the stack is around like 16.
Yeah, I agree. I think that investment definitely should be paying off sooner or later, but finally they make a good trade for Infinity, right? They give away Fanboy, take away Buzizio, and now they're also steal away that purple buff in the hands of ZZ. And now ZZ has more of an opening as the map is a little more red than it used to be, and looking to pick off either Upati or Frostlanave. So I'm trying to get the pronunciation down, but oh my goodness, the way that they're playing in and around the map, Infinity definitely have the number of Corinthians.
What's unique is that both sides of the team, ZZ opted out for a Warcry and Buzizio for an Impure Rage. No one is using the Killing Spree, even though it is a great combination for their type of heroes if they really want to try to activate with the latest update emblems for that. Because right now, you can actually enhance your damage, physical damage spikes if it's a 90% HP down from the opponent that you're heading on. It's not just the old one. The old one, you gotta secure a kill first, then you'll rack up the damage. But right now, it'll just be slowly closing in for like Corinthians closing in right now for Team Infinity.
Yeah, I think the neutral objective is the one that they want to go for. The Lord half HP right now. Louise is kind of low. Does have the guiding wind to help Buzizio get away as well. The Lord at quarter HP. The top lane being sacrificed. The Lord reset once again. The Lord dance of a lifetime. 16 minutes into the game. Corinthians just baiting it out, waiting for Infinity to bite the bullet. ZZ does not have his purple buff just yet. The Lord being slowed away. Fanboy backing them into a corner. Circling Eagle is there. Glorious Pathway goes in with the Crimson Beacon in the back line as well. ZZ goes into the quad shadow. Ogi shadow kill. Upati was trying to show the damage with the Zaman Force being dropped down. Hesu taken low. Rusi's being traded for Louise. And both teams back off. Reset the Lord. And again, we'll have a Lord dance just to get this neutral objective.
Roamer for EXP, and it is a very great gain for Infinity. At the same time, since no frontliners yet for Corinthians, I don't think they can bite onto this game because it's just Fanboy and also Hesu there for the fight. Sure, you can front it, but there's no one going to go crowd control over it. On the other hand, Corinthians, sure, you can front it, but whatever happens if we cannot finish this team fight, how do we get out? Because there's no escape route without the Matilda, without Louise. Even though the Guiding Wind was used as an initiation early on, so far Corinthians, they started in and baiting out an alert and Team Infinity. They get control of that area so far right now.
Ooh. Sanguine Claws on towards Hesu. He's slow. They unleash the beast as well. Finally, ZZ gets a retribution, but you can see the split on top of Vizio. Winter Crown, but he will go down. Circling Eagle is there. Upati with the Zaman Force as well. Doom breaking low. They pay the price. 3 for 2. Upati left unchecked once again. The fourth is down. Rusi's the only one left standing. Upati gets a double kill, but the minions marching on the top side. Corinthians will have to answer, preventing the recall from Rusi, but still give away an inhibitor. They're trying to take a little bit advantage in the map. The two lanes being pushed in, but Rusi delayed, and now we'll have to recall, but they have to answer with the Lord. In the top side, they're looking for the end way. Upati does not want to recall. He thinks he can take the game away. Zaman Force drop down. The base crystal left exposed. Corinthians go bold from the mid lane and take control and take the victory and make this series 2-1.
Both sides were on a clutch when finishing this game, but a good call played by Corinthians of not sending anyone from Team Infinity home. Sadly, Rusi was just spotted out and there was no one other than the damage dealers going back and just finishing on that base. And from what you can see here now, it's just not about the team fights. It's about the momentum that we've talked before in game number 1, in game number 2, and so far it's just so well executed in game number 3. Between Team Infinity and also Corinthians, they rise up to the occasion, and so far the way they rise up was just so immense that the team fight, and you see that it's just prolonged quite well. Upatsi finally gets the gain. You can see the Zaman Force just popped out right there. It's quite well in that moment, executed so well. It's just like, yeah, I agree, Kurdos. It's Chef's Kiss.
Chef's Kiss.
For the game 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was at the edge of my seat of like, wait, which one? What? Oh my god. Corinthians. They finally get it done.
I think it was also Luis, right? You gotta pay a lot of credit to Luis. He delayed this fight. He delayed his engage with that circling eagle to the utmost end. And you had Frost Lenawe just jumping in with that Crimson Beacon, holding the fort down with that Lantern Flare, slowing them down. And that's a Hayabusa against Azushin. And I think for a mid laner to get control of an assassin like that in the midst of a team fight is unheard of. And finally Luis is like, hey, let's pull that trigger. And when he said that, Upati just went ham, and the music was in his ears. He dropped that Zaman Force, was dashing around, dancing around, and guess what? Corinthians hear the sound of victory, and now they're definitely celebrating, turning that 1-1 into a 2-1 victory.
And it is just so amazing to see how they try to execute the play, how they try to maneuver around, and even with a new player coming into to their team, it wasn't a hindrance for them. It's actually welcomed so greatly. Hesu is just definitely a great additional player for Team Corinthians for today. We're talking about the emblems so far that I was actually curious at why with the heroes that they've choose in this game can actually unlock using the killing spree, which they didn't. It's okay. But we're talking about over the items that you can see. A lot of the items power spikes are just finally in there. At first, I was questioning about Doom's Sky Piercer, but it paid off as an investment later on, racking up a lot of kills. But sadly, momentum-wise, Corinthians got sealed the deal. And Upatzi, though, they know that in the early game, they don't really get that control so far, so it's a very good deal where Upatzi just, okay, let's just rush the Divine Glaive first. Let me get the Feather of Heaven. It's okay. At least I get attack speed, and then I can melt down. And because of that, you can just rack it up with also helping with Frostal Nave. And with the composition with, Jesus fronting, Buzizio just coming in with the Spear of Alpha, and with Luisa's support, the way that Corinthians played is just so well.
As a unit, right? As a unit, they played as a unit. To make a fist, you need all 5 fingers, and that's what Corinthians just did. 83.6k damage on Upatizi, and oh my goodness, that is double the damage than the rest of his team, double the damage than the rest of Infinity's individual heroes, and oh my goodness, with 100% team fight participation, 505 KDA. I don't think I think we already know who our MVP might be. I think I'll put all my eggs in one single basket at this point, but definitely kudos to the draft that Corinthians had as well, because Infinity didn't have that instant lockdown and no reason for Upati to pick up a Purify. So with that flicker being present, he has that option to have an extra dash in case he misses out his chrono dash while the Zaman Force is there, gets that reset, and instantly is dancing around and hopping around a little bit more, so that Leonin definitely doing so much more damage in the Land of Dawn. And oh my goodness, it was a game of patience, and hey, if they say slow and steady wins the race, you can definitely believe it with this series.
Okay, and finally see unlocking the 3rd game, and we can finally congratulate also Corinthians on their win. And I hear that, wow, Upatzi, really good guess, Kronos. MVP of the game. I think the Harith finally unlocked its full potential just because of that one moment that we see.
Yeah, I think definitely that one singular moment was the time that changed the tide of the game, but he was consistent throughout, right? And this is that moment that we're looking for. If you pay attention to Upati, he drops his Amon Force, dashes in, gets Lionel, goes on towards Doom and ZZ, gets them low, and instantly goes back, realizing that, hey, with that flicker that I just spoke about, was able to be present and not let them recall. And after that, he's just like, hey, we can end the game. We don't need to go back and defend the Lord. Who cares about our inhibitor? That's just the tower. We can take that base crystal. And then his teammates are probably like, there's 3 mid lane towers to get through. No, I can dish it out the damage. Let's just dance around. They went straight ham for the base crystal. They did not pay attention to Rusi whatsoever. And oh my goodness, what a way to pick up the victory.
Brute forcing all the way for the win, I guess, for now, for match number 1. And since we know that it's Corinthians win, I hear that there's a little bit of interview that we are waiting on also to see how their process, how who are we talking later on from the side of Corinthians, who are we interviewing. I think our viewers would also like to see and get to know our player here. And Tintin, interview is all yours.
Now we have to get a chance to talk to one of the players of the Indians. We have here Jesu, their ex-player. Hello, Jesu, how are you?
I'm okay, I'm good.
How's the flight from Manila to Solo, Brazil?
It's so long. It's 36 hours.
Oh.
That's wow. 2 days. 2 days, right?
Yeah, 2 days.
And for the $1 million question, how does it feel playing in different regions? How is the adjustment from Malaysia to Brazil? Because last season you were in MPL Malaysia, right? And for this
Yes.
season, you're in MPL LATAM. So how's the
Uh,
adjustment?
Firstly, I would like to say all the regions now are super strong, and for me, the only adjustment is the communication and maybe the food.
The food. Okay, how's the food there?
It's good, super good.
How's the food in Brazil?
My favorite right now is the combination of the different meats like chicken, beef. Yeah.
You like it more than nasi lemak of Malaysia?
Uh, Both are good. For me, both are good.
Both are good. All right. Thank you so much, Jesus.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Good luck for your next match, of course. Wow, we get to talk to the newest player of the team. And he likes, I think he likes culinary. He appreciates nasi lemak from Malaysia. He likes to try all
Yes.
of the meat type of foods that we can see from Brazil also. So, what a wonderful taste.
Yeah, I was gonna say definitely a meat eater, right? He said he likes different meats on his plate. And I was like, oh, okay. And you could see that he was kind of tired as well. That when he mentioned those 36 hours, the sadness and his eyes started sinking. You know, the expression of being like
Yes.
36-hour flight being so long. I think he was just super tired, but of course he looked so much more happier with the victory. He was a little bit sweaty. Seemed like it was a tough fight, but he definitely was smiling in the end.
And after our interview with Jesus, also getting to know him, and also from the side of Corinthians, of course, a victory for them and a victory for our viewers too, because you guys get to have a code for one of the skins redemptions for today. So guys, redeem it now as fast as you can, because we will be sending them out throughout the day, and this is our first code of the day. So BP624EQ9L. Is that a 9 or a G?
That's got to be a 9.
It's a 9.
It's
got to be a
9.
9. Okay. It's a 9. Okay, guys, no typos, because if you have typos and you're not the quickest, I don't think that you'll get the code, but don't worry, we will still have more throughout the day.
But yeah, I think on that note, you know, I wanted to try and get that skin for myself. I'm trying to redeem it as we speak. But, you know, for that, we kind of need a little bit of a break so we can go in. I got a typo in there, like you mentioned, Vay, not to have it. You confused me with the 9 or the G. And then was that an I or an L in the end? I'm not really sure. But, hey, if you want to make sure, you know, you could, you know, click back, rewind a little bit, get that code. But it might be too little too late already. But you know what? It's not late. The next series that's going to start up. But of course, before that, we'll be heading into a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, because like Wei mentioned, there are more giveaways on the rise. So you want to be staying tuned, because you don't know when it's going to be. So we'll be back after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching MPL LATAM Season 3.
Kalea's first skill to help allies clear creeps and minion waves, but prioritize upgrading her second skill afterward to reduce its cooldown for more CC during teamfights, so your teammates can focus on dealing damage. If a target is too far away, use Kalea's second skill to dash into an obstacle near the target to trigger the second part of the skill. Then dive into the target to inflict damage and CC. Kalea's first skill can be used right after another skill, or her third enhanced basic attacks to trigger her passive and boost her sustain in combat. We recommend the Tank emblem with Vitality, Pull Yourself Together, and Concussive Blast talents for Kalea. The Tank emblem and Vitality increases HP, which also boosts Kalea's healing and first skill's damage. Pull Yourself Together reduces battle spell cooldown, and Concussive Blast helps Kalea's early game by increasing her damage output. As a roamer, we recommend this build for Kalea, focused on survivability and more self-healing. Thunderbelt and Oracle are Kalea's core equipment, providing hybrid defense, cooldown reduction, and boosting healing received, all of which fit well with Kalea's playstyle. Dominance Ice and Radiant Armor grant physical and magic defense while reducing the enemy's healing. Lastly, pick up Guardian Helmet to further enhance Kalea's sustained combat since her first skill and healing scale with max HP. We recommend the Flicker battle spell for Kalea to use with her second skill and ultimate to CC enemies by surprise. We also recommend Vengeance to reduce incoming damage while Kalea is fighting on the front lines. Kalea is good at dealing with heroes who lack mobility, like Layla and Chang'e. However, Kalea cannot grab enemies with control immunity, so heroes like Diggy and Minotaur can effectively counter her. Kalea's strong single-target CC makes her work well with heroes who have high single-target burst, such as Eudora, Harley, and Clint. In the early game, use Kalea's excellent support capabilities to assist the side lanes lock down targets for kills while using her passive to heal allies. In mid to late game teamfights, Kalea and her team should avoid poking with the enemy team, especially against supports like Florin and Rafaela. Kalea can initiate by diving into the enemy team and using her ultimate to slam key enemy damage dealers into your team for a quick kill and numbers advantage. Kalea, the Surging Wave, will be arriving on March 19th. Participate in the limited time event to get Kalea for as low as 0 diamonds. Pick up her Shimmering Wave skin for just 51 diamonds in the first 14 days. Come, break some waves with Kalea. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
When energy, youth, strength, fighting spirit, a great serpent, and the cultures of Southeast Asia come together, what kind of splash will it make? A girl born with the power of the great serpent and an indomitable fighting spirit. How will we bring to life this vibrant, strong island girl who's still discovering the world?
Kalea's personal story is very much based on Southeast Asian cultures and myths, where nature plays an important role. The ocean is an inseparable part of life and an important element in local beliefs. And among them, sea serpents or dragons stand as a symbol of the ocean's might. With Kalea's story, we aim to incorporate more local folklore. As an islander, Kalea loves everything about her island home, especially fresh coconuts.
To emphasize Kalea's connection to the Great Serpent, we used S-shaped designs in her overall appearance. In terms of Kalea's color palette, after exploring various options, instead of deep ocean blues, we went with aquamarine to capture Southeast Asia's vibrant coastal waters. For the overall music arrangement, we used a percussion ensemble called a gamelan to capture the island atmosphere with bone gongs to simulate the sound of water. Other instruments like the angklung, bass drums, slit drums, and woodblocks set the rhythm, creating vibrant beats that bring out Kalea's lively and playful spirit.
Kalea hails from the Vonatus Sea, where functionality meets nature. Weapons crafted from fish bones, clothing woven from cotton, and patterns of ocean waves and serpentine currents.
And we are now back for our second series. And for the second match, it is Entity 7 versus DreamMax Esports. Are you guys
Hey.
still awake?
Of course, we're
Comment
awake.
down below what time in your country right now. Comment in the comment section.
Yeah, I would like to see more of a head count. We're quite diverse, and we're actually live from the official Mobile Legends YouTube and even the MLBB Esports. So from these two platforms, I think that it'll be quite well to see all our friends here, and I think it's slowly emerging to the morning here in Southeast Asia. So I would a lot more people should be more awake for now. So let's see if our viewers will go up even higher.
And of
Yeah,
course, if you haven't recharged diamonds for KOF, Selena's Zenith skin, Florine's collector skin, make sure that you will recharge your diamonds in bonox.com. And use the code down below and you'll get a 5% discount. It is very easy to use, super fast, super safe, and super secure. And also, special thanks to Community Gaming. It is a platform that can help you to host your own tournament, or you can also compete. So visit communitygaming.io right now.
The path to becoming a professional starts in community gaming. Really fully supporting any community at all who wants to join in. The website is quite open. So guys, what are you waiting for? Check it out right now.
hey, who makes a community? You, me, together, all of us make a community. So of course, you gotta go check them out as well. They have a lot to offer. And like Tintin mentioned also, you want to recharge your diamonds, you gotta go there, because not just the KOF, not just the Zenith skin, the Alpha Legend skin is available. And if you did not see the animation just yet, go rewind a little bit, because we saw them pull it off in the previous series. And oh my goodness, I was trying to find an opening to kind of mention that, but with that series being so action-packed, we didn't really get to say it, because looking back at that series, Corinthians 2 and Infinity 1, and now Corinthians move on to the upper side of the Swiss bracket, while Infinity move a little lower, but not out yet. So they're still in it to win it, but this next series, of course, Tintin, is gonna be an exciting one, right?
We're picking up Entity 7 and also DreamHack. Going head to head, actually. Both of the teams, I mean, we can see that it's full-blown team fight. So from even a lot of the players are actually quite already well known in the community. So of course that from how they grow on how their journey going on to as the pro players, we as a community would also like to give back. Also, guys, you guys are watching right now. I know you're waiting for a skin code, so get your phones out, get ready to redeem, because this is our next skin code.
WVNGE7Q9L. You know what?
Don't mix up the G's and
Go get it now.
I was thinking, is it a possibility to actually redeem, you know, maybe that legend skin as well? Hey, who knows? Only you can find out. Go redeem it quickly, because it can be either that or maybe not. I'm assuming it's the MPL skins. But hey, you want more? You gotta find out. You gotta be quick. You gotta be fast. People say you got fast fingers if you play Assassin. That Fanny, Gushin, Hayabusa, all those 10,000 rank games that you put in, when this is the time to show and prove yourself. Like, plus the Ling, oh my goodness. You know, that fast fingers, this is your time to prove it, to pick up those skin, get and redeem those codes, of course.
Okay, and we're talking about the next game. DreamHack and also Entity 7. We from the three of us, there are some favorites, there's some new players that we've seen on the game, but we're talking about the team head to head from both sides of it. We're talking about Rainbow and Soche as the players who are in your screens right now. You can see so far for both sides of the team, damage per minute is leading for G-Max from KDA. It's from Entity 7. On the other hand, that for gold per minute and even Lord control rate, it's almost the same, but still in favor for G-Max, and the team win rate for an overall fight, it's still an Entity 7. So, even though both sides, they have their little perks here and there, but I might say those leading points are not as far as you think.
Close, really close, really tight, right? I think those are the ones that they need to be looking for. These are the head-to-heads that we want to see, and of course, Rainbow in the first week made that insane diversion play, and I wanted to say I even made notes on Rainbow. You do not give him that Lu Yi. Every time he gets his hands on that Lu Yi, there is much more of a percentage chance to get that victory. So definitely do not want to give that in his hands. And I think on the other side as well, Che from Entity 7, not just a pushover. He's going to be looking to dominate as well. So a battle of the mid laners this series is going to be.
Battle of the mid laners, quite sure. I think it'll be a straight respect for Rainbow's Lu Yi, because from this player, Dreamax Rainbow, it's quite unique, I would say, following his lineage for a becoming former carriers. He know what his team needs. He experienced it himself as a gold laner, as a jungle in the past. So a lot of the playing styles are quite fast forward when you see. So that's why you can see it's an aggressive mid laner, but it's calculated because he knows what his teams needs. And looking at how he plays the Lu Yi, it kind of matches up from this history that we can actually pull up from Rainbow. So other than the Lu Yi, I might say it will be a problem if he picked up the Selena. He can really go aggressive also from that one point. But I like to see the heroes that Rainbow and also Che pulled up for today.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Of course, those two are one of the important keys to victory. And at the moment, the draft is already underway. You see that Dreamax on the blue side, Entity 7 on the red, and you can instantly see that first man on the red side's gotta be that Lu Yi. You pay respects towards Rainbow's mid lane prowess, but on the other side, they take away the Fanny as well with that Yves. So they know the power picks coming in from both sides, and they pay respects to one another, realizing that, hey, this singular character, this singular player can turn the tide of the game by themselves, and we do not want that happening. So of course, Dreamax and Entity 7 on their toes with their guard up, looking to take advantage slowly.
And so far, closing up the Harith is a smart move. You can see from how Entity 7 utilized it quite well also. And a Chuseon is also closed out from Dreamax. It's a very good time to pick up the Granger. Take that away from Entity 7, because if you try to combo it with like Shiv's mid lane, or probably even the Chip, is utilized well since the Lu Yi is taken out from that number. From what I can tell from week 1 also, Entity 7, you gotta secure a good jungler for Garu. For example, you can take the Joy for right now, because he performs better in those aggressive types of assassins rather than those typical fighter heroes. So as long as those things are just picked up, I think it'll be great for Entity 7. And a Vixana Granger priority for right now, there might be a chance that Dreamax can secure a Joy for this match for Aurora.
Yeah, I think definitely DreamHack, if they're on the blue side, they kind of really want that Suyo, right? They want to play that Suyo and build a composition around him, but looking at the fact that the Suyo has been taken off, they go for the chip. And the recent kind of adjustment, I would say, that chip received in this latest patch with that special skill that he has, right? Where you have those portals in and around the map. The Y walk is what they call it, and rightly so, because he's a character that doesn't even walk. He's floating around. So he's the instant definition. He is the definition of laziness, of course. But that laziness kind of helps the team because you put that shortcut down and now you turn a 1v1 into a 1v5. You turn the tides, and to add insult to injury, they take the Hilda, which we saw do really well in the previous series, with that Iritel going against the Granger, getting the advantage in the lane. And now with the shortcut, you're just going to heavy crossbow into it. And as soon as you get out, going to be damaged. But guess what? I see the sigh on your face. I see the reply coming in from Entity 7. They got the real man. The one that doesn't hide in the bush. With that Tiger Wheels implosion, looking to make the difference. A counter to the play of the shortcut.
And how you devise later on will be about timing, because you're going to see like equal footing. Once you open up the shortcut, everybody just goes in. The implosion, you need to time it quite well because there will be a delay in that animation pose. But seeing both sides of the hero of our players right now, you go head to head between Garo and also Aurora. 3 heroes that you can bring out quite well. It's the highlight of, you see a Fanny, you see a Suyo, you see a Nolan, you see, and also some similar heroes from that. You both played the Joy very well. So since the Joy is still up for grabs, Suyo is sadly closed out. Fanny is also closed out. I think even the Joy right now just closed out. Viable option right now should be a Nolan, probably a Julian if you want to go for an assassin type of pickup. But so far, Valentina is closed down. I smell a little bit of Farsha might come up from DreamHack.
I was just gonna say that Farsa add on to that extra bit of mobility, get that feathered airstrike, the high ground, the poke is already present with this Hilda, and you have the shortcut to kind of just move you around the map, even though you don't have the wings by wings. Without the Valentina being present, it is a really good pick there. Yes, you're going to have a problem with the Vexana's Deathly Grasp. Yes, you're going to have a problem with the Tigreal, but the Farsa still will do wonders, especially after that insane buff that she received. Going to be dishing out so much damage. That Feathered Airstrike, going to be nuking missiles in the back line, of course, but they need someone to finish them off, right? That's the real question. If they're going to pick up this Farsa, who's going to be the one to finish them off? And like you mentioned, the Assassins, Julian now, no more a fighter, an Assassin still left open is a good pick, but is he the best one to pair up with the chip? We'll find out. The Alpha is still left open for a fighter, so the Alpha definitely a good one, but the bands being that Selena, that Hayabusa, making sure to take away mobility from the side of Entity 7, because I can see a good, really good Farsa coming out on the other side.
Julian locked in for Entity 7. I thought they would actually want to pick up probably CC or probably Katakacha first. Farsha picked up from DreamHack, and would Aurora want to go for Nolan for this one? One of the signature picks that was picked up also from week number 1. And since there's no Suyo, there's no Fanny, a lot of the items already out. Even there's no Hayabusa. Want to go head to head with the Julian, you also need a burst damage to actually enable. And someone who can actually just outmaneuver it away from the Tigreal or even the Eternal God from Vexana. And turns out you want to go for sustain. It's an alpha. Good predict there by Kronos, of course. Last pick for Entity 7. What's next? What do you think?
It's got to be a CC, right? I see the CC being a significant threat, not just to the fact that you can kind of beat the Hilda in the lane a little bit, but also poke down a Rainbow and V2 in the back line. The Irritel's going to be super mobile, and yes, you're going to have the heavy crossbow, but guess what? The Vengeance is still always a problem, and you just want to be on top of the Farsa the entire time. You do not want Rainbow to play the game, because once Rainbow has spread his wings and is ready to fly, you're going to have a problem. And guess what? They're going to pose the problem with the son of Julian, or rather the son of Terizla, being the Julian, and the Terizla is going to fly into the back line with that flicker, penalty zone. And is it a good answer? I think they're lacking so much mobility from Entity 7 right way, but they have really powerful ultimates.
Yeah, powerful ultimates, if they get to execute it quite well. I feel that the draft is just really very, very targeted onto like, okay, we're facing a chip. Okay, everybody is going to be there. I think we can execute this quite well as long as the chain CC is timed between the Terizla and also the Tigreal well. And on the other side of DreamHack, early is good. The late game is also good. Both wrapped up quite well. So it's leading on who will be more aggressive on the early game later on. And so far, looking back at week number 1, no alpha is as aggressive as you're playing on the jungle. We need that early aggression. We need to see that perform. And if it's performed well, we can surely see the first point being taken out. Okay, for match number 2, MPL LATAM Season 3. Game number 1 between DreamHack and also Entity 7. Who will win? So guys, comment down below in our YouTube chat. Who do you think will get it?
Yeah, who do you think will get it? Because that's the big one in this one. You want to get the momentum on your side, of course. And I think DreamHack, the aggressor in the EXP lane, Black, going crazy on towards Marquinhos. And that's the problem when you have a Terizla against the Hilda. You're not really able to clear the wave. Yes, you have those powerful level 4 ultimates on your side, but lacking mobility. But that just means that the positioning from Entity 7 just has to be on point the entire game. And Aurora, with the help of course, Blink, will be looking to avoid that.
Okay, and looking at the audience predictions, a majority number are supporting DreamHack right now. So let's see. As we've seen, it's live. It's a live tracking, so should be quite accurate for now. A lot of people are siding on DreamHack because you see a lot of players are actually quite famous in their communities and also regions and also experienced teams. So let's see how they try to execute it against Entity 7, because it's just a heavy team fight, heavy chain CCs that we can see performed from Entity 7. I just really don't know how they will try to eye out or even target the Farsha or even the Irithel for this type.
Ooh, Marquinhos swinging a hammer, making sure he makes his presence felt before this turtle fight. You got to keep your eye on this Terizla with the flicker, the penalty zone. While on the bot side, Joelzinho looking to get that level 4 power spike. He has the implosion ready. So now this is where Entity 7 are going to be a problem, right? And you can see Balak here instantly go in, but the implosion is there, the feather strike, and he pushes them back. The damage is done already. First blood in the hands of Aurora. Garu not really able to do anything. He did get the turtle, but they pay the price as they lose 2.
Oh my goodness, DreamHack is in an early run. Even though Garu got the turtle first objective, they got 2 kills. And you gotta turn down Marquinhos, you gotta turn down another player, which is a very good early for DreamHack, especially when you're bringing up the alpha. And this is the early aggression that I would realize between the games. Especially Blink is able to just run the shortcut at any given moment. And of course, there is a longer cooldown after a few updates way in the past. But as long as it's utilized well and how fast it's rotating, it can be supported by this team.
Yeah, I think Definitely the rotation speed is what they need, right? And given the fact that Entity 7 have a lot of big fat ultimates, they're looking to position themselves better. And that's what they did in that team fight. But unfortunately, were a bit the bullet in terms of, yes, they got the neutral objective, but were they able to convert that into something else? They were not able to. And DreamHack, with the mobility in their hands, were able to take advantage. And now Blink here, with that change made to the portal system that the chip can provide, will definitely be a problem, because at the moment you can see that penalty zone on towards Aurora. Marquinhos using it defensively. That means that's not going to be available for this turtle fight again. Oh, feathered airstrike, point blank range, taking down Marquinhos, and the implosion comes through. The shortcut is present as well. Vitu makes his way with the heavy crossbow. The Eternal Guardian is nothing compared to what DreamHack have in store. They get control of the turtle pit this time and pick it up for themselves. 3 kills in their favor. Entity 7 have none, and instantly will be able to take advantage slowly and surely. Right now, DreamHack ahead, but you can see that Rainbow has been dominating the map so far. 3 kills on his way, takes down Che, and this battle of the mid laners right now is a difficult one.
Really
Oh, on towards the goal lane. Blink, crash course, gets the shortcut down. Joselinho trying to figure something out, but guess what? The Feather Strike's just doing way too much damage. They get the implosion on point as well, but Civ is the first one to fall. They take down the top 1 tier third, and they're looking to take it down rather. And now DreamHack are slowly converting these small fights, these small advantages into big turret structures, getting some real estate in and around the map. And Garou cannot really do anything. And this is the power of the Hilda that we've been seeing in the first series. And now once again, so it's been back and forth, but still DreamHack coming out on top as they're able to convert these fights into neutral objectives. As now, slowly and surely, after unlocking V2, they are taking control of the map much more, with the third turtle being up for grabs, and with the tower taken down, now taking the bot side tier 1 as well. They're definitely forcing Entity 7 into a corner that they're not so used to. But with the feathered airstrike's prowess, Rainbow does have so much more high ground to kind of be a threat that he has been all this game. Whoa. Penalty zone hitting, but the Purifies there. Implosion connects as well. Finally, they get the shutdown in the hands of Civ. Black goes in. Oh my goodness, Aurora with that Spear of Alpha is there. Connects it as well. And now once again, Entity 7, after finding that big shutdown, will have to go back to the drawing board. And now, seems like they're trying to fight for control again. Entity 7, but pushed back. DreamHack are the ones who have control. And it's with Blink, but you can see Joelsinho with the implosion, but Aurora comes through with the Spear of Alpha. Shortcut is dropped down, and instantly Garou has to go back with the Enhanced Sword. They take away the tier 2 on the top side, and now trying to pressure the mid lane as well. With Black just clearing the bot side, keeping Marquinhos in check. And now you can see Marquinhos the next one on the chopping block, forced to the queen from V2 to take him down. And now they get the bot side tier 2, leaving only the mid lane standing tall for the side of Entity 7. But now, with the Lord up for grabs, the play of a lifetime should be coming through from Entity 7, as DreamHack will be looking to secure this objective and further their advantage, further their aggression, and try and seal the deal with the 5,000 goal lead in their favor, 7-1 kill score, and now with the Lord in their hands as well. As you can see, Black is there. The Terrify being present. He goes on towards Jolcinho. Revitalize popped already. Implosion comes through. Marquinhos goes into the back line. Tries to zone away a Rainbow, but here comes the Spear of Alpha with the shortcut present. They take him down. They lose Jolcinho and Marquinhos as well, only for the price of Black. And now they lose out on all the towers. The tier 1s are down. The tier 2 should be next on the chopping block. The Lord marching down the top side, being delayed, but only delaying the inevitable for Entity 7, as now the goal lead 6,000 in the favor of DreamHack. It's a slow choke that's coming from their side, and Rainbow leading the charge with the help of the rest of his teammates. That mid lane presence of the Farsa was just a little too much. As you can see, the Feather Strike going through. Garu has to go back with the Enhanced Sword as well. And now the Lord being taken down. All the tier 2s conquered. DreamHack definitely looking to take at this game slowly and surely. But now, with the most of the map blue, Entity 7 are looking to slowly open it up for themselves. As you can see, Jolcinho checking the bushes, gets the Implosion onto words, and Purify coming through from Blink. Now that's an expensive spell, but Shortcut still being present means that they will definitely be a threat now without the Implosion on the side of Entity 7.
And so far, it's just giving them like probabilities of hanging thread. They're just looking for my momentum, just trying to rack up goal, but at the same time, DreamHack just take it away from Entity 7 quite well. But they really could coming in well. It's got full content there, but sadly, Jolcinho taken down quite a deal. Not like the tier quite well for DreamHack.
Yeah, I think the DreamHack finally were able to get a little bit more than they wanted as well, right? They're there, they're present, they're not losing out on any front at this point. Goal lead being extended to 7.5k in their favor. Now the Lord going to be up for grabs, and Entity 7 will definitely want to contest.
But I don't think that they have the advantage to just contest. Question is, okay, the chain CC, they have a good draft to it, but there is no damage yet from either Garu or even Shiv. They need to pick who will get the stack, who will get the gold farm. At this point out, you cannot afford, you need everybody to farm. If you give it to like everybody, or for example, the shortcut just comes in and just hunts them down, well secured, pushing Entity 7 back to their bases. It's just rendered helpless.
Yeah, the Lord crashed on the top side. Inhibitor taken down. The mid lane should be the next one, as the attention of Entity 7 is on towards the Lord, but Rainbow with the Feathered Airstrike on towards Joelcinho. Aurora goes with the Spear of Alpha. Sacred Hammer pulls them back, but it's only Black, as finally Marquinhos lands the penalty zone, but on towards the frontliners, who are super tanky and are able to survive. Death Sonata coming in from behind, but Aurora is unstoppable. Picks up a kill on towards Civ. Will he survive? He is sustained enough, but Joelcinho makes sure he pulls him back, and Garou finally able to get a shutdown, but for the price of 3 inhibitors. Only the base crystal left exposed for Entity 7. DreamHack have done their job, have found what they were looking for, and now will only slowly wait and choke out Entity 7's resources and make sure to secure the game after having an 8k goal lead. And as you can see, take a look at the itemization. Anti-Cuirass built, Radiant Armor built, Dominance Ice. Black is gonna be an absolute tanky beast for them, while Aurora as well, just with the presence of the War Axe, will be able to sustain entirely, and Rainbow dishing out the damage with that Feathered Airstrike, nuking them from afar. And oh my goodness, is there a way for Entity 7 to come back without the flickers being present of Marquinhos? Will they target Blink or will they target Rainbow? Only time will tell, because so far in this game, Joelcinho has been using the Flicker Implosion on towards Blink, but the presence of the Purify has been a problem. And once that Implosion is out, it is a clear answer. It's a clear sign for DreamHack to go all in with everything that they have. So at the moment, Entity 7 backs against the wall. Will they be able to make it out alive? Because this is what they're drafted for. This is what they want to do. The 5v5 team fights, but making sure that they chain CC the rest of DreamHack is the important one. As you can see, Shortcut comes through, but the Implosion is there. And with the Enhanced Sword, Rainbow going in with the Feathered Airstrike. They tried to do something. Joelcinho got the play, but it was the wrong one. It wasn't the time. DreamHack were prepared for it, and they paid the price. Garou is down. It's a free Lord for DreamHack, and now we'll be able to take that Lord, and we'll be marching down the base of Entity 7. And now Entity 7 will have to pull off a great defense if they want to live to see another day.
Okay, last chance, of course. Entity 7, they gotta defend this very hard against, and also pressure point well from the bumping it in. Though there's implosion, even though there's a quite good follow-up from Marquinhos, but turns out it's just not enough. Blasting everyone, leaving them to go back and just regain health. Rhapsody coming in, but even the Death Sonata is not enough to kill anybody down with the shortcut. Joelcinho is just down for that team fight. Marquinhos, too much fronting. Base is quite open. DreamHack is just securing it. It is 0 for them for the second map.
Oh my goodness, DreamHack pull off a dreamy victory. What a game, and what a way to make a statement. Absolutely dominant performance with a great draft, rounding it off with the calculated gameplay coming through. And you could tell that with the opening that they had, Entity 7 just weren't able to find their footing. They slow mobility heroes, chonky boys who have very powerful ultimates, but the execution just wasn't there, as DreamHack were able to run circles around the rest of Entity 7, not having an answer. And I think DreamHack was definitely the aggressor, the executioner as well. And now with that play from Marquinhos, that was an opening, but Rainbow left untouched because this Feathered Airstrike combined with a Purify, you're not going to stop it. And that's why you can see that DreamHack found the advantage, and we were even looking at that good pick of that Farsa early on in the draft as well, Wei. And I think they found their way to make this Farsa work. And oh my goodness, what a way to pull off a dominant display.
they play a lot of games with on for 10 is the best number that you can see in that. But we're talking about
Yeah, I think that game was a really, really slow paced, but definitely well calculated. They knew what they wanted to do, moving in and around the map, making calculated moves, just staying 2 steps ahead of the entirety of Entity 7. And Entity 7 really tried with what skill sets they had, right? They tried to make something happen with the ultimates that they had, with the skill, with the heroes that they picked up for this game. And you could see that even the emblems that they chose definitely made sure that they wanted to pick these team fights. But unfortunate for them that DreamHack were just a step ahead. With 3 Purifies being present, it just nullified the effect of that implosion, nullified the effect of that penalty zone, and there was no possible way for them to penetrate and catch Rainbow in the backline without V2 even doing much in this game. I think DreamHack definitely found a way, and Entity 7 needs to find a better answer for the next one.
side, we know that it is respected by DreamHack, so a lot of the purifies. Let's just also get ready for what people entities. They already ready goal. They already have so much advantage. Taking 2 hits for these ultimate types from Entity 7, they can still take the hit and then trigger the purify. Changes were performed by Entity 7 are quite close by timing. I might say that. We're talking about overall, since I also agree with Kronos, where Rainbow, no one can reach him. Like, the only one who can reach is probably a Death Sonata Bullet, or even Juliet, when Garu's playing. And since one is able to just jump right back and even just take it down always, because Spear of Alpha Aurora is just ready. We're talking about the Hilda front and also the chip just teleporting wherever they want to try to jump into the bag. There was no given option for Entity 7 to just even have a clear opening to just dive in. The overall things, turret damage wise, totals, and also the damage dealt by GS just number 1. Really can't wait. Probably it can be a sweep if Entity 7 to rise up to their occasions, but let's see.
Hey, all that said, the MVP for that game, of course, V2 307. Most of the heavy lifting was done by Rainbow, but V2 definitely dishing out the damage, left unchecked, present in almost every single team fight, and you can see picking up crucial kills, making sure to kite the entire composition of Entity 7, and now running circles around them with that beautiful Ducati skin as well. So at this point, the draft from the side of Entity 7 really needs a lot of work, really needs a lot of answers for against DreamHack, because if they, like you mentioned, if they keep this up, DreamHack might just be able to run away with. So Entity 7 definitely need to step up and find an answer and make sure that they don't give away the victory so easily.
When we're talking about the drafts and everything, when it's tried to be executed, I mean, it all line up. But you got out drafted, where a lot of heroes that you can potentially pick up is still like. I'm just curious with those options are still open, so probably you can learn from that. Probably you can try to pick it up in the second game. We don't know, so let's see, because there's still a lot of meta heroes that you can pull during that drafting phase. So I would like to execute it later on in the second one.
Yeah, I think they're trying to find a composition that they can work around for themselves, right? Entity 7, they're not at the most comfortable point in the season 3 of MPL LATAM, of course, but they're definitely looking to find a way to get to that point. And if not now, then when is the good time? Because this is the perfect time to kind of make a statement as well against a powerhouse like DreamMax. And unless they want to go into the lower half of course, the entire Swiss system that MPL LATAM Season 3 has in store for us, they definitely need to pick up a victory here to take this into 1-1 and then possibly reverse sweep the game as well. But again, like you mentioned, not to get out drafted, it's a really difficult task to know what your opposition is getting. You got to think 2 steps ahead and then try and take the advantage. But giving so many powerful heroes in the hands of DreamMax just goes to show that you're not really done your homework. You've not really prepared well for what is to come. You need to understand the patch better, leaving the chip open and then giving them the alpha, getting them the Farsa as well. Just need to find answers, losing out onto a lane, getting the, yes, you picked up the Granger, but you give away the Irithel, which is kind of a natural counter. Yes, it's not the most sought after goal laner, but definitely a natural counter. So you're losing in a lot of fronts, and then you go with the give the Hilda away, but you're not matching it up with something like a CC, or kind of creating a dead lane with the Phoveus, but giving away, picking up the Terizla just because of the threat that the Farsa possesses. Trying to dive in the back line. Yes, the answers are there. They're simple, but the execution still wasn't up to point, because it required a lot of, need to check all these boxes for them to get a victory. So having slim win conditions is what you do not want to see for Entity 7. But DreamMax, on the other hand, had a wide open chances or keys to victory, and that's what made it possible for themselves. So right now, DreamMax again on the blue side, Entity 7 on the red. They ban out the Fanny, the Lu Yi, same bans, and will we see different ones coming out way?
I think for they would try to maneuver over probably banning also the chip, because the thing that made DreamMax very powerful is the rotation wise. It's not just about fast, it's about positioning, and it's about how the synergy of DreamMax is just bringing in for the team fights. Or also going head to head again, what Kronos mentioned before, both mid laners will go head to head in this team fight. Who will draft a better will actually draft a better game. And so far, the heroes are still the same. We're still on meta also. But Entity 7, I think you gotta respect onto that Farsha. If you're not going to pick that up with that new update and everything, it should be respected.
Yeah, I think just like how they realize the problem the chip can pose, they take it away, understanding a problem that was created in game number 1, respecting that, and also the solution regardless of the nerfs that were there, of course. And now on the other side, however, DreamMax banning out the Harith and the Granger, so want to make sure they don't give any overpowered heroes on the other side, leaving no stone unturned, making sure that they stick to what they know and can stick to what works. The first pick here, of course, I feel like the Suyo is still available, so definitely has to be picked up, because I don't think first pick Joy is good unless they want to go for a Matilda, right?
Yeah, unless you want to go for a Matilda Alpha combo, pick up the Joy, depending on how they want to try to execute it, because Aurora is more comfortable. Joy, I think it's the first one opening here, because week 1 you've seen just Suyo Nolan, and now Aurora in full-blown action for the Joy. I think it's something new. Probably would provide more mobility. Max will try to play, so it's a good choice for an early one, because it's still powerful, and they could just secure the Suyo if they want. It's for Garu. Garu played quite well also. Again, give Garu an assassin, he can probably play. And Moskov, firstly secured, and also the Hilda. Still with the second prio with a marksman and a rover or EXP combination.
Yeah, I like the way that Entity 7 are thinking this time around, right? Because you can see that DreamHack's already slotted in the Joy, definitely going to be in the jungle position. Knowing that, hey, we don't have to rush the Suyo. The Suyo still works. What can we take that will be a problem for us? And also denying them and create a problem for them, and that's the Hilda. The Hilda was an absolute monster that we saw in the first series and now in the second one as well, where you're just providing so much vision, taking so much control, but take it away and then have a potential outplay possibility with that Moskov, of course, against this Joy. And understanding that, they pick it up for themselves. But now with the presence of the Matilda being left open, of course, DreamHack do not want to let it go. They pick it up for themselves, and at the same time, pick up the CC, which is kind of a natural counter, again, to this Hilda, and with that Vengeance will be a threat to the Moskov. So Civ and Joel Senior right now, at least that's where they're hovering the Hilda, will definitely have a problem with this CC, but the Hayabusa left open. They understand that they need an assassin versus an assassin game, and Garu gets his hand on.
Okay, so far it's not a Suyo Prio, so it's not going to even fill up a banning slot, which is good. So they can prioritize more onto the middle lanes like Vixana or probably like an Aurora. It would be a great combination to go in between. But on the side of DreamHack, ban out like heavy tank players, like for example like Gatot Kacha, or probably a Phoveus or a Glue that could actually just be a menace around that, or even a Badang. It's still worked up, but it is a potential ban if you consider it quite well too, because looking at the, though there is Hilda, they need to
Yeah, I think
understanding
definitely
the Farsha turns off. They know the potential. Let's just close it up, and even Claude is just taken away.
Yeah, I think I like the Farsa ban just because, yes, the Joy kind of counters the Farsa in a way because you're able to dive in with the electrifying beats, but you still don't want to force that occasion, right? Because you have a Moskov that could be a problem. So why do you want to present the problem to yourself? Take away the Farsa, take out the Valentina, and now taking away a little bit in the goal lane. I think it's probably like a target ban on towards V2 as well. Yes, the Irritel is left open, but I think the Irritel here still works wonders for V2. He had a great game number one, the MVP, of course, with that Irritel. So I don't see why they don't pick it up. But at the moment, maybe trying to go for a Gatot Kacha, like you mentioned, but they definitely want to go for the Aurora, preventing the full dive that DreamHack have on their side.
Those they try. I forgot that Kacha, but Dong is still open if they want to try that. But it's a tad risky because you gotta front like crazy if you're with the combination between with the Hilda.
Yeah, I think the Gatot Kacha definitely has a lot on his plate right now, right? But this is a mid lane Matilda. That's what this is presented with. It's a hybrid mid lane Matilda, which we've seen quite a lot of people run, of course. But yeah, the Hilda, the Khalid, I'm not really sure if this Matilda is gonna have a great time. It's gonna have a lot of utility on the side of DreamHack, of course, but the early game threats coming in from the side of Entity 7 definitely gonna be a problem. So early game aggression kind of matched with early game aggression, but what we should be looking out for definitely in this one is those level 4 power spikes. That first turtle fight is gonna be a big game changer.
I think that there will be a potential that the CC could be a mid laner too, but seeing that Rainbow is on the mid now, you're right. They are going to be full blown for this team fight this time. Even though there's a lot of heavy CCs that you can pound, a lot of the team fight executions that we played up. But laning wise, we can see it will be a bit of a problem against the Aurora set before Chrono. So let's see how all of this go. Will it just be a clean sweep for DreamHack Esports? Or it can be equalized against Entity 7. LATAM Season 3, Week 2, Day 1. Let's see how it goes for DreamHack versus Entity 7.
Yeah, I think definitely DreamHack Esports looking to take it a 2-0, but Entity 7 otherwise. And instantly you can see the threat and the map presence coming out from Joelsinho on that Khalid being a problem with the CC chain present with Che as well. That Frosty Breeze with that Raging Sandstorm and that Frigid Glacier will be a problem, but mid lane control weaker on the side of DreamHack because the clear is just not present at the moment.
And so far, it would be a problem though if they try it well. But since Entity 7 is on the Khalid, presence-wise, it would be better against DreamHack because they don't have someone as fast at that. Meanwhile, because you're waiting on the CC if you're trying to go in. But even a team fight right here, the invade potential of Entities right now because they're on a Hilda.
Yeah, I think right now definitely that level 4 power spike is what they're looking for on both sides, and EXP lane is the target. They do not want to go for the gold lane, right? Because they understand the Bruno and Moskov can have their own fun time. They want to unlock this Hilda as fast as possible, take control of the map, and you can see instantly go on towards Blink as well. The map being opened up so much for Entity 7, and seems like they might want to steal away this bear creep at the moment. They're contesting it, goes for it. Quad Shadow is there as well. Garu takes him, but first blood in the hands of Marquinhos.
Okay, quite good. We can see Entity 7 fighting back in game number 2. And so far, because of you're bringing up the Hilda, you're bringing up the Khalid, the vision, the way that you move and rotate will be way faster against the lineup with DreamHack that they're brought up. And so far, Frigid Glacier just again, and even a Raging Sandstorm fully committing it with the Ogi Shadow kill. Sadly, it's just taking Aurora down. Not a full commitment against V2, but still a great leap for Entity 7.
Yes, definitely a great leap indeed. They got 2 kills on the board, so the early game draft is kind of working out for them. This is what they are supposed to do, and this is what they're executing so far. And you can see Marquinhos this time around goes on towards the orange buff. Aurora with the electrifying beats, trying to get a fast clear, has the rhythm, and Black actually forcing him back as well. Garu wants to go for the purple with the rest of his team, but very well protected by Blink. So far, map control still in the hands of ND7, and DreamHack are looking for that opening and a chink in that armor where they can hammer away.
Hammering away, I think it's the only way possible for now, but coming into that dive, even triggering that vengeance quite early, Ogi Shadow kill, fully committing
Black.
it, but Black...
No!
Oh
my goodness,
not
he
committed
survives
yet.
this.
Yeah, he still
bit of
survives the slower health. Okay, AOG even jumping in, turning it away. Oh wow, but the Glacier turned Garu down. Even Black gets to survive with a bit of a regen for my HP. Marquinhos tried to go in and finally taken down just like that for a 1v2 trade. It's still a good trade for DreamHack.
Oh my goodness, right? That was a highlight play indeed. Black able to survive despite having the Ogi Shadow kill, despite having Marquinhos throw everything at them. Survived, forced the error coming in from Entity 7, and guess what? Garu bit the dust. Marquinhos was just so tilted at that point, saying that, hey, if I'm going down, I gotta take this guy with me. Finally paid the price. But oh my goodness, DreamHack turned it around and now have a little bit of confidence and momentum on their side, but Entity 7 still have the map control.
And so far, because of the map control, again, on how fast they can just maneuver around the map, Entity 7 is so far having a very great early game, which they can handle in the second game of the day today.
Yeah, definitely looking to try and take and turn into an advantage. Entity 7, Raging Sandstorm on towards V2, but AOG coming in. Frigid Glacier is there from Che as well. V2 just survives with the slightest bit of HP. That's the second time it's happened to Entity 7. And if I were them at this point, it would start getting on my nerves because DreamHack are finding a way to kind of keep Entity 7 on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, the burning effect from Che is not as bold yet, so it couldn't be a finisher so far. But DreamHack should be on the alert to look out on how Entity 7 can just combine their skills together and utilize, and with that poke potential they can actually bring out. Equipments here so far, it's just on the Corrosion side and also the Golden Staff for the Moskov. No power plays yet, and yeah, burning effect is there, but it's not enough to execute anyone yet for the Aurora because the glowing one is just secured as the first item other than the shoes. And so far, even the Hayabusa doesn't really deal as much damage because you're going to that first respect item because you're knowing you're going up against a Matilda, you just bring out the Sea Helmet first. And then, I think next should be onto the War X, but a great target here. Flickered even forced out. A way expensive thing to note out way before the turtle is going to pop up.
Marquinhos getting them low. Blink has to revitalize as well. I think that was a risky play, but having his teammate have his back, Garu was present at the right place at the right time, so Aurora didn't want to commit any further. And now you can see Garu having the space to free farm and get this last turtle in his favor as well. And now they're looking to contest this purple buff, making sure DreamHack are always on their toes.
Of course, contesting it quite well, and a turtle slain by Entity 7. Both retribution powers are down at that moment. But again, Entity 7, they know what they're doing. Since they get the momentum, they can just poke in early just like this. Ogi Shadow Kill following up. AOG jumping in. Didn't hit anyone yet. Raging Sandstorm coming in with Jolcinho on the edge. Aurora frozen in quite well. The other heavy 2 on the bottom lane. Almost taken down on the... But on the other side... Wow, Aurora down, and 3 people from DreamHack, they're just sent home like that.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that was a quick fight, right? That was absolutely fast. Yes, you could see that AOG trying to create the separation, didn't catch anyone, but made enough space to make sure there were no more casualties from the side of DreamHack. Aurora was caught between a rock and a hard place by Che, who was playing the Aurora, froze them, making sure that Frigid Glacier, that chain CC that we spoke about earlier from that Raging Sandstorm as well, the follow-up was absolutely beautiful and taking him down. So there's Joy definitely not able to play the music, not able to hear the sound, the electrifying beast that we want to see. And Entity 7 have found a way to turn the tide around and now have complete control of the game, taking 6k gold lead in their favor. And now slowly, after taking more control of the map, they're looking to take down the tier 2s and then even the Lord.
And looking at Entity 7 on how they handled themselves so well, where you can see the Moskov is just there, you get a lot of the items ready that can go into either a House Claws or even a build-up for a malefic gun. And since there's a, even just for the Moskov, the 2.5 gold lead, I think it's just way too much for just one hero to come in. And when Moskov has unlocked all of those power spike items, it'll just be so easy for Entity 7 to just entry in, even force up a team fight, or even zone down now and just finish up the Lord in a jiffy. Because look at the damage. Look at the Moskov's damage dishing out. It's just not enough to secure a kill from the bottom side because everybody's just too busy. But SOD connected quite well. Rainbow almost being turned, but just securing the Lord and playing in the patience quite well. Entity 7 I think that's their key to victory.
Patience, patience, patience. That's what it's all about right now for Entity 7. They take down all 3-tier holy defenses for the side of DreamMax, and now the Lord marching down the top side. Slowly and surely they're trying to sink the waves possibly and end this game in about less than 12 minutes, finding a way to reset and take it to a game number 3. Entity 7 are not going down without a fight.
Turns out pressuring quite well from the mid lane. On top, they just let it go first. They just let it go march in. On the bottom side, NC7 tries to push it. G has a bigger problem they need to handle on. They need to clear out the minions, but the question is, everybody's just trying to barge in from NC7. The Lord is just marching on top, and they are just ready for this fight.
Yeah, I think already crashing in, taking away the inhibitor. Next one is the mid lane, and you can see instantly Aurora is there. Ogi Shadow Kill expended already to go into the back line. AOG to run back. Aurora is there. Electrifying beats, but the damage from Civ is way too much. Raging Sandstorm connects. The Frigid Glacier is there as well, but the base crystal will be the target. Not just yet. Black buys enough time. Aurora comes through with the electrifying beats. Civ still left untouched. No casualties from the side of DreamMax. Joel Senior is the only one that fell down, but enough space created for Civ to take the base crystal. Entity 7 make it 1-1, and we have another BO3 on our hands.
Free hitting at its finest. Entity 7 to fight back against the powerhouse team that we are looking forward. Oh, probably this could be a 2-0, but turns out nope. No, stronger best of 3 series for a reason. We can unlock a third game. We will, well, and the way they manage is just so good. Looking at the drafts, they they give up a change from them, and Entity 7, they just managed to do so well in the second game. They finally unlocked the full potential of just going for the team fight. We get the early, we leave the pressuring still there, and just wait for the Moskov to, okay, let's just enter in with that team fight. We can finally win. We can finally take the power spike. We can just barge in. Everything is mine. It's a 1-1. It's very straight this time. It's not a one-sided game. It just shows that they have their own power. They just need time to just develop it quite well.
Yeah, I think DreamMax just didn't have that opening, didn't have the time that they're looking for. They didn't have the space to kind of create that advantage to get to their own power spike, like you mentioned, Wei. And that just Entity 7 just made sure to take this game as fast as possible. 11 minutes, and that's the power of this new Lord, right? That's the power of this Lord being able to charge in and towards these structures and take them down slowly. And now with that change being made in this game, you can see that games are either ending super fast or are going the distance, and that's what's happening right now in MPL LATAM. We've seen 3 games go the distance in the first series, and now in the second series, both games kind of going a little quicker than we expected. And definitely this time, Entity 7 evening the score, but also making sure they have another chance to kind of get ahead in this stage of MPL LATAM.
I think they're just prolonging their breaths just to see what will happen in game number 3. And we're learning it from the overall things and what happened in match number 1 also. First game, second game, aggressive. It's a full-blown team fight. But the third game, though, is just approached so cautiously. The thing of these teams, they really know when they can put on the pressure, when they can go aggressive. Will that happen in game number 3 though? Or we will also tone it down a little bit. Let's just play on the momentum a little bit. Let's just slow it down. Let's just play it more cautiously. But again, for what I said in first match, it is also very, very risky if you try to play on that type of strategy. Because you gotta find that good moment. You gotta find that sweet moment where you can just, okay, my time to shine. It's my team. It's my team now. It's my time to shine. If you don't find that sweet spot, it's just a slip up after that.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, both teams will definitely be looking for that in game number 3, right? Like you mentioned, they want to take it cautiously. They want to take it slow because they understand the series is on the line. And I just took a look at the itemization that Aurora had. Wasn't able to complete the boots even. I think that just goes to show how well of a choke was done from the side of Entity 7 with that early game draft, with that Khalid being present, with the change CC possibility from that Aurora, and also having, you know, a good damage dealing backline with Civ on that Moskov. I think it was just a very well-rounded draft, a really good execution, having the Hilda to add insult to injury as well, just being a menace, being in the front lines, being a problem. And speaking of the Hilda, guess what? Marquinhos, our MVP for that game week.
Well deserved indeed, the way you just zoned out quite well with the combination between Marquinhos and also the Khalid. It's just so well paired up. Both are visions, both have the raging power to just like storm Ren, running here and there. Because again, from DreamHack, you take away the Loi, you take away the chip. No one holds on to the or even the Hilda. This time I think it's not outdraft, but it's out rotated by the other team from Entity 7. It's when see they because they can set it up before. Because if they did, it's just a smooth game for them. But if you take those things away, they're just like, I think I want to try to tempo, but this is not my normal tempo. Where should I find a sweet spot? What should I do next? Because if the enemy spots out there, there's that one of flinch it out of the way, just get it out of the way. Somehow DreamHack is just like, I think we're going to play defensive, we're going to play defensive, we're going to play defensive, but there's no turnaround point from that. So they just got taken over with, and that is just what happened in game 2.
Yeah, I think it just came down from what you're saying. It definitely came down to the mental of DreamHack, right? Instead of trying to take a step forward, they were like, hey, we're getting cornered by all sides. But what they forget is that while they're getting cornered and attacked from all sides, they also have the same area to attack towards. So not able to seize the opportunity, rather. Not the fact that they didn't have any, they're just not able to seize the opportunity that was presented to them, unlike in game number 1. So, but this time, yes, out-rotated, but really well executed by Entity 7, because that kind of a draft, knowing what to do in the early game and then just snowballing from there on out, really well played, really well executed, really well prepared. And I think it's just the fact that Entity 7 did not want to go down on a 2-0 and made it 1-1 right now. So, of course, making sure that they might take away this next game to call the series.
At least it's a 1. And we're waiting for game number 3, of course, in this match to see the tiebreaker between the power and Entity 7 from DreamHack, between both of them. So let's see how it goes. Because usually on the third game, we can see a slower pace and probably a bit of a mix and match of the other hero pools. You can see. But far, there is no dire hero that you want to try to close it off, because it's not that hero power that's not pulls a big wow of a show. So it's still standard for. So I think the type of picks and bans would still stay the same between the first one and the second.
Yeah, It could, right? They're definitely paying respects towards each other's hero pool, and that Lu Yi and that Fanny. I don't think we're gonna see them out of the ban section this time again. But definitely that chip, which was a problem in game number 1, should be taken away in this game as well. So you're right. You're not gonna see a lot of differences. We call. Hey, call me, call me someone who can predict the future. I don't know, I forgot what they're called. Kind of feeling doozy at this point because of the fact that this game has been going back and forth, and now 2 assassins taken out from the side of DreamHack. They've gone for the blue side once again. Entity 7 again on the red. So you got the 2 heroes that we don't want to see, that have a lot of mobility. The Lu Yi, the chip taken off. But now, what will these third bans be? Because the Suyo is still left open, and I do not think that Entity 7 want to give that away to DreamHack.
I think they would prioritize on the either that would be a menace later on, but Yves turns out. Okay, so bad area, so probably someone with a greater slow later on. So Gatot, a very good pick on the early. DreamHack pick up the studio first. Later on,
It's gotta be.
2 combinations could be quite well executed.
I think
You
it
can
had to be
pick
that
Hilda if you
Suyo,
want.
right? That first pick. The first pick had to be that Suyo. I think maybe go for the Hilda Harriet or maybe the Hilda Granger here as well. The Granger does well to kite away the Suyo rather than the Harriet. So maybe the Granger with the Hilda would definitely work. The Gatot is really good as well. But the way that this series is going on, the way that day number 1 of week 2 has been going on, Hilda has been such a problem for every single team. But guess what? Civ's right. Why fix what's not broken? Go for the Moskov again, go for the Hilda again, and let's see what DreamHack can answer us back with.
Okay, I just wanted to say deny the Khalid, so Entity 7 won't have that vision other than the Hilda. And then you just secured in the Granger Khalid quite well. Last pick for Entity 7 Mage. So at least get against DreamHack and take away from Rainbow. You can finally play around that too. If you want, a Vixana would still be open, or probably opt out another Aurora that they can play too.
Yeah, I was thinking go for an Aurora, but hey, they understand that
Hayabusa is a priority.
Yeah, if they don't take the Hayabusa right now, if they don't pick up a jungle right now, it's gonna be choked out, and you got only so many more options left. So going for the Hayabusa, Garu was good with the Hayabusa. Picks it up for himself, makes it work. I think definitely going to be a problem against the Granger. Now you're going to force the Granger to kind of pick up a Wind of Nature that you usually don't like to see on a hero that has enough burst damage like him. But right now, looking at the most heroes used, of course, you see that Gatot, you see that Tigreal. I'll be honest, I don't really want to see Joel Cine on a Tigreal again, because it's just wasting the potential that's possible, the slow rotations, unless they pair it up with something that can make it work and not have really mobile heroes on the side of DreamHack.
I think for the part that since Tigreal was picked up in the first game, it was just pummeled down too much. But at the same time, the momentums, they got it. But it just wasn't executed well since they weren't in a leading or even at least. But since E7 they decided to pick up the Hayabusa, they're still not afraid of the hero pool. Just to thin out the Sicilians, say goodbye to the Vexana, a good deny, a good combination if DreamHack wants to bring up to that. And you want to close up the Gatot Gacha, you want to close up the Jawhead, so there is no one trying to rush in or try to target in the Granger or even the Suyo, which is smart. Selena is a pick here for Entity 7 with good range. Next, Novaria for Rainbow. So at least, and you can play ranged also if you want it. A Novaria Granger would be a great combo also. And for another tanky,
Farsa.
could also still be picked up, but turns out Farsha forgot. She was not of a dong.
Yeah, I think the Farsa was definitely, you know, I was leaning in towards the Farsa looking at their draft because they take away the Gato, they take away the Jawhead that could single them out, kind of be a threat to the Farsa. And Entity 7 understand that they cannot pick up the Farsa because they have the dive potential coming in from that Khalid, so definitely not going to be safe. Pick up the Selena instead. Trying to think 2 steps ahead, be a threat with an Abyssal Arrow. And now against this Farsa that they have kind of put DreamHack on towards is really good just because of how the way Rainbow played it in game number 1. But having this Badang with this Khalid, 3 fighters in the composition of DreamHack, they're looking hella tanky. And at this point, I feel like Entity 7 need to round it off with someone that can really dish out some sort of CC, but they go for the Hylos. A lot of tanky frontline presence. And I feel like with the presence of the Hylos and the Hilda, they're looking to play front to back with the pickoff again. Might work out, but that's what they tried. It's looking a lot more like game number 1 with the draft, but the Selena's presence could be make it or break it for Entity 7.
Yeah, I do agree to that too. It's either make it or break it. Because it's either you make it work and you select your target's niche. So it's either you stun the Granger or you stun the Farsha. It's just 2 of that. Because if you get somebody else, it's just a waste of the arrow. Because the other Mudang or the lead with that combination, Entity 7 should be toast if those combos just manage well enough. The escape potential, though, is just leaving up to the Selena and the Moskov. So overall, let's see. For match number 2, let's see who will win, either DreamHack or even Entity 7. So guys, let's just comment down below who will get the points for today.
Oh my goodness, a lot of poke already dished out on towards Joel Senior, and you can see that's the early game presence of Blink on this Khalid. Has the Thrill on his side as well with the concussive blast, so dishing out a lot of damage that we would like to see coming out, especially if you are Joel Senior from Entity 7. And right now, forcing him back, slowing down the rotation, means that DreamHack have opened up the map for themselves.
And so far, you're looking at the potential where both sides try. Is many skirmishes that open wild. No wild team fights from Entity 7, but the position where DreamHack can just try to look out and open for vision is just quite too wary. Because the entry potential for an early team fight is actually on the hands of Entity 7 right now.
Yeah, they need to find that Abyssal Arrow to hit, right? They need to have Che hit these Abyssal Arrows, and you can see that DreamHack have to be on their toes, have to have their guard up the entire time, because there's no possible way that they can always be blindsided by an arrow coming in from Che. And the map control, these Abyssal Traps are going to act like wards. You can see instantly forcing out a flicker from Blink as well, gets caught out in the Abyssal Trap. Aurora goes in and tries to dish out some damage, but they're too tanky, and that's the beauty of having a Hylos with this Hilda in the front line and letting Che hit that Abyssal Arrows from afar. Garu right now gets the turtle. Blink goes in, but gets taken down. Ogi Shadow Kill expended. First blood in their hands. SOD connecting all the way from top side as well. And you can see right now, Civ comes through. They get the kill on towards Rainbow, and Aurora will fall down as well. So 3-1 kill score, while Marquinhos is the only casualty for Entity 7.
Sadly, you gotta tank that aggro turret one way or another. But since everybody was just so busy down at the bottom lane, V2 on the other hand just gets to mine that gold so easily on top. And since it's a free gold plating for now, I think it will try to lies or just put enough same footing in the gold caps here. And you can see from there you got a 232 gold lead. Sure, you get the shoes. I think going up against Shiv where he just prioritized, okay, let's just get my corrosion site first. Let's just then again go to the tough boots and then we'll go through the golden staff or even prioritize the golden staff first. So power wise, it should be on Shiv later on, unless V2 can rack up a lot points after getting that Sky Piercer.
Yeah, definitely that Sky Piercer will be a game changer, right? But guess what else is Garu's mobility, and you can see right now he goes over the quad shadow. Ogi Shadow Kill spended as well. Rainbow taken down low. Garrot from Che as well to try and secure the kill. Marquinhos takes him down. Glorious Pathway coming in from the side. Joel Senior trying to flank them, but they pay the price. Rainbow's the only casualty, and Entity 7 looking like a better team this game compared to the first game.
Talking about how the flank was just a slowdown and just let everyone from DreamHack, let's just go back in order to save Che, so he can go back and also regain his HP. Because entities, they gotta prepare another bigger team fight on the bottom lane. Even though the Feather Airstrike is triggered, Marquinhos is just as tanky as ever. You can't just burst down the hill that just easily as that. Entities, they're looking for the bigger goal, the bigger investment that they can get. It's definitely the turtle here right now. They're starting.
Joel Senior gets caught up. Fist break, fist crack combo. Raging Sandstorm to get the chain CC. V2 secures the kill, but Entity 7 secure the turtle. He goes back with the quad shadow. Ogi Shadow kill expended. Rainbow and Black taken low, but will be able to get out of harm's way. Garu, after securing the turtle, right now DreamHack looking to get on towards Civ. A feathered airstrike is there. Civ has no way to run, flickers out of harm's way, but will get taken down by Blink as well. And oh my goodness, he almost found the outplay potential, but they pay the price. They take away the top tier 1 turret, and now the mid lane left open. Garu should be able to fall down, and yes, he does! Well played from DreamHack's Black.
Actually, a lot of the trades that might say a bit, they're just caught up in the moment. They're just caught up in the middle of everything that DreamHack is just trying to secure. Because of that, DreamHack can just suddenly gain momentum that they should have dictated in the early game. Entity 7 is just finding an opportunity on actually like where and who can actually try to blink down first, because looking at the drafts right now, V2 is just racking up a lot of stacks right now, and even the gold funneling is just straight up to him, because knowing that Aurora couldn't get that early gain, Rainbow is just pressed down so much and also targeted so much by NT7. The only way for them to rise up is just, okay, let's just put a lot of the gold to V2 first, and then we'll try to fight this out.
Yeah, I think that's the right play for the side of DreamHack, and that's what they're doing. Funnel the gold in towards V2. Once it hits the power spike, once we get the go signal, we can definitely go for it. They lose out on the mid lane tier 1 turret. They lose out on the bot side as well. So the map being opened up for Entity 7. And now they have even turrets, but the mid lane being left open means that the jungle is there and up for grabs for the side of Entity 7 right now. Joel Senior with the glorious pathway. Marquinhos trying to dive into the back line. SOD connects on towards Aurora, goes Marquinhos, but you can see they get the up pistol trap right now. Black taking low. Ogi Shadow kill is there. And the first kill, casualty Marquinhos for Blink. And at the same time, fist crack combo trying to come through, but Black will pay the price. Civ is there, and they get the kill, and once again Entity 7 are able to secure a neutral objective.
1-for-2 trade and even gets the turtle. Entity 7 is still on the lead, even though for the gold side DreamHack has more because, well, they got the farm more so far. It's just going to be a power hunt because of Moscow. I think they already secured already items for a marksman, so which is good for them. They really gotta find a good moment about to entry on ST7. We're talking about the overall ingrained item. See, Holy Trinity almost secured. We're waiting on the DHS right now. But on the other hand, V2 has a Skype kills. That means 20 stacks for now. Still a lot more you need it against the Moscow, who's almost the Holy Trinity items.
Yeah, I think he's trying to, like you said, he's going for the Holy Trinity. Oh my goodness, that Abyssal Arrow been a threat the entire game. Right now, another one connecting on towards Black. He's the one that's been eating it, but the Fist Crack combo with the Raging Sandstorm catching them off guard. A double kill in the hands of V2, and that's what they were looking for, just like you mentioned, Wei. They were looking for the opening from V2. They were waiting for the go signal, and he gave it, and guess what? He secured a double.
A very good feather airstrike, far away from all the casualties that you would need to tank out. It was just positioned so well by Rainbow that DreamHack was just able to execute that one momentum. And since they get to do that, let's see how they try to win the bottom lane.
Oh, glorious pathway. Abyssal Arrow coming through as well. Joel Senior caught in no man's land. Raging Sandstorm, and V2 is completely unstoppable. Marquinhos trying to make some space, trying to peel for the team. But at the same time, Garu is able to find a turret structure on the top side. So free real estate, but DreamHack want to crack open this mid lane. Che trying to do his best to try and defend, but the Death Sonata coming through from V2 is way too much damage, and they have to give it up.
Okay, we're starting in, of course. It's a good thing. SOD hit the back for quite well, but okay, ranking on for Aurora, but Fist Crack. And the combo is just there for distraction because NTT7 is just Marquinhos for a casualty, and DreamHack, one Lord, so valuable. Finally, they gets to secure that.
Yeah, I think the Lord definitely on their side. And because of the recent change in the patch, guess what? You don't gotta wait for a Luminous Lord. It's a Luminous Lord in the 10th minute. Gonna be marching down the top side. All tier 2 is still standing strong for Entity 7. But with this Lord, DreamHack will be looking to turn the tide. We'll be looking to change that and are changing the pace of the game. So far, Entity 7 were in control, but after 2 fights, DreamHack have taken it on the back of V2 as well. And you can see right now they go ham once again. The chain CC is present, and oh my goodness, he is godlike, but the back line left exposed. Garu wasn't able to do much, but they get the kill on towards Rainbow nonetheless. Civ is still standing tall, so the defense can be possible, but they're going on towards him. Aurora taking low. V2 still able to dish out the damage. The Lord is still half HP, and I think will be burst down thanks to the holy defense.
Okay, I think their PowerPoint for NGT7, they really need to put that tip on for Shiv. But the question is, if Shiv is just or being targeted by DreamHack, it would be a problem. And since they get Badang, Black is just out of the way, NCT7, they get to create more space to their part, so at least open up a light a bit. And we're talking about the turrets though. NCT7, they still have 4. On the other hand, DreamHack, they have 5. Just 1 turret difference, but a momentum of these team fights are forever. V2, 7 kills, 0 deaths. That is a 70 stack on that Sky Piercer. I think 2 Death Sonatas would be enough to take Che down. It would be a problem. So this is just a turning point for both sides of the marksman.
Absolutely nasty, right? If you think about those 2 Death Sonatas just coming from somewhere, and next thing you know, you're looking at the gray screen on your phone. That's what Entity 7 do not want to see. But right now, with the frontline presence of DreamHack, with Blink, with Black, and also Aurora, this 3-fighter combination. In the early game, it did not work out as well as they'd like for it to, but right now there's no possible way for Marquinhos to peel for the team and get on top of Rainbow, because Rainbow and V2 well protected, and now with this Lord up for grabs, they definitely want to contest. As you can see, they're taking control of the river and now looking to contest this neutral objective and pick it up for themselves.
Okay, picking up moments, of course. Marquinhos from the back, trying to backdoor a bit. Rainbow just spots up. Everybody's just eyes on Marquinhos. But Black is just taken down. One of the frontliners down. A legendary 2. 4-1 for one trade so far. And a finisher quite well for Entity 7. But since Shiv gets the area better with better vision, Blink is even pushed back right now. It's a great Lord takeover for Entity 7. So far, things are looking up for them.
And I think in that play, right, a lot of credit goes to Marquinhos. He understood that he wasn't able to go from the front to the back line. So instead, just tries to divert their attention, gets behind them. And now you're having DreamHack look at two sides, split the fight into two. And that moment of lapse, moment of hesitation, DreamHack paid the price. They lost out on Black, who went in for the aggressive play, but the rest of the team was not ready to follow up. They had to have eyes at the back of their heads, and now Entity 7 took that opportunity, took the Lord, which is marching down the top side, and now slowly but surely, they're looking to end the game 14 minutes in.
Okay, Trey, opening up the Abyssal Arrow, split pushing quite well, down in the bottom lane. Lord is not hold up also from the top. Aurora trying to clear it out, but the tourist pathway. No one yet doesn't hit anyone, but yet the Lord is just taken down quite well. But the fist break and also the fist break sealing a legendary for V2. And so far, Entity 7 still surviving through all of that shift, trying to find a moment, but there's no minion waves left for Entity 7. Finally, a little bit of a breather for DreamHack.
A little bit of a breather. A little bit is what they need. They found enough. They're still not behind on the goal lead. It's just that they're lost out on the mid lane inhibitor. Not many turret structures left for them. And right now, Entity 7 understand the assignment. Catch Rainbow, catch V2. And that's what Garu wants to do with the Ogi Shadow Gale. Trying to go into the back line. But the damage being spread out just because they grouped up. And you can see Civ with the SOD connected, came into the team fight as well, and now they have to be on their toes because DreamHack are looking bleak. They need to stick together if they need anything to happen for them.
Okay, both marksmen fulfilled, one already in their hands. We're talking about both frontliners that should be crucial in this moment. We're talking about the Kalia, we're talking about the Hylas. And so far, the Hylas has more games though. Like you can see it's more tankier, you can see more engaged, and you can see, and even Marquinhos following up and also respecting a lot of the damage going on from DreamHack, so they can actually front better. They'll find a great moment here because I think Entity 7 can actually win this point if they get that Lord. But the question is, since it's also going to the late game, DreamHack also has the potential of like, let's just go in for the fight. V2 is already racking up 9 stacks. It's basically 90 points on that Sky Piercer. But if the minion waves are not managed well, DreamHack would have another problem because they're entering a fight now.
The Lord, Josinho already goes in with the glorious pathway of the fist break, fist crack combo, gets them more revitalized, prolonging their existence. And right now, Vito with the Wind of Nature against Civ. You can see the quad shadow. They go in with the Abyssal Arrow as well. So they connected, but the Purify from Rainbow helping him survive. Rose Gold Meteor from Civ helping him survive as well. They pay the price 1-for-1, but DreamHack lose out on Aurora, and Entity 7 only Marquinhos. That fight could have gone either way, but Entity 7 have the Lord marching down the mid lane.
Okay, marching down from the middle one, and also top and bottom coordinated so well by Entity 7. bit too fast by Garu, but it's okay. It's just a distraction. Let's just try to enter in. Let's just try to barge in. Also, the last chance for Entity 7 to just get that straight push.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
OB
Reggie
Shadows
Sensor
already
coming
taking
in
down
with the glorious
Aurora.
pathway.
Oh, they go in. The Lord is still there. They
Okay.
take down Joel Senior 2 for 1, but the base crystal was left exposed away, and a victory for Entity 7 after a slow push from the mid to the late game. After having a good early game, losing out in the mid game, they found their footing and instantly were able to take the game.
Okay, we're talking about how they try to execute this. Sure, it dragged it to a little bit a later game compared to the first one and the second one that we witnessed for the second match of the day. But this is the type of cautious that we see is also the aggressiveness we can see also need for IT. Sure, some heroes are on the power play, they stop, they are utilized well, but sadly, it wasn't the time for them to shine because Entity 7, they're always having that answer and always have that patience of like, okay, we can gain this momentum, we can pick this someone off, we can just try to force him a lot of team fights. So even though DreamHack hold on a lot of like impressive and immense power heroes that they can actually bring up, sadly it just wasn't their time to shine yet because they get out timed or even out front by Entity 7. You see V2 with 9 kills at the end, it's no shutdown or whatsoever. He appears quite well. Rainbow, even though he was suppressed, but remember, it is a great update, so he can still have equalized damage, he can still deal a lot of damage. That it actually happened. But sadly, like somehow, in some way during the team fight, he was able to turn around and just push back. It's just either you get the kill, you get a little bit of space, but then somehow Entity 7 is just like, I'm still bringing the pressure on, just keep it up because I can still do it. And turns out they are able to do so in the game number 3. So, wowee. Very satisfying to see. And going up against a powerhouse team, wow, that must have felt such a relief.
Yeah, I think definitely they had their backs against the wall, right? Entity 7 needed something and needed some way to kind of make that comeback, and they made it happen. Very well calculated late push coming in from their side. So they'll definitely have a smile on their faces. As you can see, the emblems that they had for this game, it went on 17 minutes 51 seconds, as Wei mentioned, later than we expected it to be because of the dominating early game that they had on their side. Let it slip in the mid game, but pulled it back right towards the end. And of course, with V2 as well being an absolute menace, going in for that Festival of Blood with that assassin emblem, trying to get a little more sustain, understanding his position. But Civ was an absolute monster with that Moskov.
And we're talking about all things, again, items. If you drag it to the late game, everybody's just usually full of it. And it's just the way that how you execute during the team fight. You try to push and pull during that moments that are quite crucial. Because the type of team fights that we've seen in the tree isn't the type where, hey, I just met you, let's do a clash, let's just finish up the team fight, and then boom, done. But it's not like that. It's pulled, it's prolonged, it's just somehow a dance between both of these teams. And Entity 7 manages to just secure it very, very nicely and well in game number 3. And so far, because of that, you can see even though the Granger is on a 92.4k damage dished out. No, it's a streak with a Sky Cursor. It doesn't match up on the momentum that how Entity 7 just managed to just push and pull through.
that push and pull effect, right? That's what we wanted to see. That's what we got to see rather in this game. And of course, even though the damage dealt from DreamHack was a lot more, which you mentioned with V2 just going 92k damage, they still weren't able to take the game just because the space that the Selena, that Che kind of created for Civ, along with Marquinhos and Joelcinho doing the same for Civ, and he was free hitting the base like he did in game number 2 with that Moskov being the difference maker again, and Garu, of course, always staying on top of Rainbow, making sure Rainbow had to have eyes at the back of their head, eyes sideways, just looking all around and making sure that you don't get assassinated from any angle. And although DreamHack, they did have a good draft, right? They did have a good game. They were able to pull it back, like you mentioned, that pushing and pulling and trying to get it through. It's just towards the end, they just kind of not able to find a clear angle to go and turn an advantage. And mentioning it again and again, Civ was given the space, and oh my goodness, did he utilize it to the max, because he's the MVP for this game.
Okay, we're talking about how Shiv was just so patient that no many fights in lane. It's okay. You can just rotate to the XP, just rotate to the objectives. Go ahead, leave me out. I'm okay. I'm good. Because once I get my items, then I can perform. It's just literally how it happened for Shiv and how he became the MVP of the third game of the day. So the way he entries, it's just perfect. He knows where to position himself to just, hey, let's just everything. Because you know that spear for Moskov, it just went through everything. So we're talking about overall, ND7 really just wrapped it up like a good present. It was a breathtaking fights that from the third game. And the only remark that I can say is just, wowie. No words after that.
Wowza, right? Just to wrap it up with the present, put the bow on top, icing on the cake, cherry on top. It was really well played from Civ, of course, with this Moskov. Really well played from Entity 7, pulling back a reverse sweep in DreamHack, a powerhouse from Brazil, like you mentioned. I think goes to show that they definitely have a lot more to show here in MPL LATAM Season 3. And with that being the final game of the day, of course, it was an entertaining one, the final series, and both the series going the distance, as you can see. Tired faces, all three of us here, but it was definitely two entertaining series, right, ladies?
Yes,
Very
and
much.
before we end, once again, a special shout out to Bonox.com. Recharge your diamonds here. Use the code to get 5% discount. And also to Community Gaming. Whether you want to compete or host your own tournament, use the Community Gaming because they will provide tools and full support to organize your esports events. And for our last skin code, you'll see here, guys. Redeem it now.
There is another
Open
one?
MLBB accounts and redeem it now. This is
I'm trying to do it.
the last code for today.
I'm gonna race you to it, Kronos.
I'm faster. It's 8K7I9IQ9G. That's what the code is. I'm even giving you a head start, way, but guess what? I've got it faster. I play Ling. I got faster fingers. I was able to get that, but yeah.
Of course, this is a proper redeem code for everyone in because there are slots also that you can come in. And don't worry, Kronos has his own skins later on because he already knows the Brox discount promo code is for you guys. Redeem it now. Redeem it fast. You got an amazing skin. Tag us in your story and also tag MLBB for sale. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, let's not forget, after all of that, after you tag us, if you don't know where to find us, of course, you can, our socials are right here, right? All three of us, you can see that. You can also tag MLBB and, of course, tell us what skin you got. But for tomorrow, what we have in store is the next matches coming through. They are best of fives, of course. We got 2 games on our hands.
Ooh.
That is 9Z Globant versus Influence Rage. The 2 teams that have gone 2... What, is that 2 series victories? Yes, it is. But 9Z Globant are 4-0, not beaten a single time. And Influence Rage have just been beaten once. So that's going to be an interesting one. The Clash of the Titans for MPL LATAM Season 3. The undefeated ones. One looking to remain undefeated and one, you know, will probably receive their first loss of the MPL LATAM Season 3. And of course, the next one going to be Malvinas Gaming and Alpha 7 Esports. Both teams looking to fight and making sure to stay alive in this competition. I messed up the order, guys, but that's the game. So we're going to see Malvinas Gaming versus Alpha 7 Esports first. And then, of course, 9Z Globant versus Influence Rage.
For tomorrow's game, it will be the same time. So you can see it is 5 p.m. there. It is Brazil time. Remember that. And even though your casters are from Southeast Asia, you can watch it at 3 a.m. in the morning or around 4 a.m. also. So it is open for all the channels. It will be supported, of course. And you can just tap it and just watch it and just go with us, because tomorrow 2 of these matches are for me the hottest matches that you can ever witness. One is the first match is either you go to relegation or you get a relocation at your position in the Swiss bracket. And the second match of the day is just waiting for 2 top dogs in 8 teams that we've seen in week 1 performed so well. It's either knocking one down or breaking somebody's winning streak. So I can't wait to see that.
Definitely, right? I can't wait to see that as well. And they're not just going to be BO3s, they're going to be BO5s with somebody's life on the line. Relegation is there, 5 games. You thought today was long? Guess what, Vay? Guess what, team? Tomorrow is going to be longer. We got 5 games. If today went all 3 games, tomorrow might go all 5. Woo! I'm looking forward to it for sure. But at the moment, I feel like both teams looking at the new patch, they have more times, all 4 teams rather, have more time to kind of strategize themselves and understand what worked and what didn't. Because right now, if you ask me, Hilda is a hot pick on MPL LATAM Season 3.
Just executed so well, and you've seen actually a few of the heroes that popped up, like for example after the patch, like Farsha was brought up. We've seen the Jusin was brought up, even though some of the emblems wasn't really brought up, but I'm actually happy just to see that Jusin was there. Even though the health base was nerfed, it's still okay because the presence of the damage dealing of the second skill of Jusin is just still there. It's even increased, but sadly, with the mana consumption will be heftily paid. But so far, seeing these pro players adapted so quickly, even after the patch note, it just lights up my day knowing that, hey, whatever happens in the game, they can still manage.
Yeah, definitely. That's why they say, right, don't try to mimic what the pros do, ladies and gentlemen. You got to test it out for yourselves, because these guys have been testing it out for a long time. I would say do not try this at home unless and until you've tried it, because you're gonna get rage baiting your teammates at that point, and then you're gonna get a lot of chats saying that, hey, why are you doing this, why are you doing that? But guess what, in MPL Latam season 3, week number 2, day 1, Zushin, we did see that, and whenever we saw that, 2 games, 2 victories, and definitely a hero to watch out for. Even though hit with the nerf, it's not super significant. But right now, the Lord has been a big game changer. The Evolve Lord at 18 minutes, and now they've removed that evolution in 12 minutes. That means the first Lord in the game, you can grab it as soon as 8 minutes without taking the third turtle, of course, and that means that Lord can charge on towards these turret structures and able to end the game much faster. But yes, it has reduced damage, but that extra skill of being able to charge is just being a big problem. And now with that change, you saw how significant these games were. I mean, the change made in these games. And I think that definitely was a big thing to watch out for. So definitely the teams that are playing tomorrow, all the 4 teams will be looking to take advantage of that Lord.
Other than taking advantage to the lore, we're looking at a lot of new emblems that are just buffed up also, like the Furious, the Temporal Rain, and also the Concentration Mark. And even through a lot of those changes coming in, it would be probably could be a shifting meta that where Matilda can just bring product more because of the concentration part being brought up, and then you can you can really combine it with like fighter jungles and everything. So those shifting things would be a greater impact with the Lord also helping. So there will be more team fights and more exciting things to be broken out later in the Land of Dawn. So I really can't wait for day number 2.
Definitely, right? I'm looking forward to game number 2, and the meta is shifting slowly. Only time will tell where we're going.
So we have witnessed a 2 wonderful series today, and I'm pretty sure tomorrow will be hotter. So stay tuned, guys. Once again, this is Tintin Loresto, your lovely host, and together with Vey and Kronos, your English casters. This is MPL Latin America Season 3. See you tomorrow!
Bye-bye.